Okay, we're good. Anytime. Thank you,
Great.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Tuesday, October 6th, 2020. The time is just after 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom, given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home order still in place in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar for today, and that matter is AltAir Paramount LLC, case number 2914-127. It is for an emergency variance. And who is representing AltAir Paramount LLC this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Maya Gross from Alston and Bird on behalf of AltAir Paramount.
Good morning, Ms. Gross. And who is representing the executive officer?
Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Reichert. Okay, we've received a number of exhibits. I want to mark them, and I want to be clear that members of the board did not receive them until this morning, and so we're going to have to take it slowly because several or at least one member of the board cannot pull it up at this time, and so is at least not able to mark it. But let's do that first, and then we can address making sure that we all see those exhibits when the time comes. So I'm going to mark. In the petition, there were two exhibits. They were marked Exhibit A and B. I'm going to mark those just so that we can be clean with this. Exhibit A were portions of the permits, and we're going to remark those as Exhibit 1 for petitioner. So the permits will be Exhibit 1. Also attached to the petition was an excess emission calculation that was marked as Exhibit B. We're going to remark that as Exhibit number 2 for petitioner. Petitioner also this morning submitted 3 additional pages. One was a diagram of the relevant equipment, and we're going to mark that as Exhibit number 3. And there was also 2 pages of additional emissions calculations, excess emissions, as well as the second page is the loss of GHG emissions reduction from loss of renewable fuels production. We'll mark those together, 2-page document as Exhibit number 4. And finally, we received this morning from the district proposed conditions, 2 pages of proposed conditions. I have not quite finished going over them all, but that's 2 pages. We're going to mark that as Exhibit A.
I've only received 1 page, well, actually 2 pages. The emergency variance conditions. That's all I've received this morning.
In that same email, you should have also received a PDF, and that PDF has those additional documents. So it had a Word. The Word document is the proposed conditions. And we'll take a break also when we're ready to go over those, because we need to give board members both an opportunity to review them and also an opportunity to actually download them, which is very difficult for some of our board members when we're already in the hearing, which is why we prefer to have these as soon as possible. And unfortunately, I realize times are different than normal, but we'd like to get them as soon as possible in the future, please. Okay. At this time, also, I'd like to ask any person who is planning to testify or who may testify or give any testimony today to please turn on your cameras at this time, to raise your right hand to be sworn in, and I'm going to swear in all witnesses and potential witnesses. And that includes if anybody I know it's an emergency, but if anyone happens to be here from the public. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Just you can nod your head as well. Okay, thank you all. Okay, board members and parties, because this is a request and a petition for an emergency variance and no notice has been given to the public, as we always do with cases like this, we will be bifurcating the proceedings. And the first part of the proceeding, we will determine whether there is good cause to proceed to a hearing on the merits in absence of notice to the public. And when we look at good cause, we're looking at a few additional findings that we don't usually make. First of all, we need to know that the violation is either occurring or imminent. Oh, sorry, Senator, did you have something else to add before we go?
Well, we introduced my alternate yet.
I did when you weren't here, but let me do that. We're not going to swear Mr. Ali in until he actually sits, but we have with us today Mr. Makai Ali, who will be sitting in on our hearings this week for training purposes, and he is newly minted as an alternate for the senator. And we are welcoming you to our board, and we look forward to sitting with you.
I'd like to add that Mr. Ali is a good representative, candidate for this position. He's from the aerospace industry, also in the field of education, and has the time available to do a good job for this board and for the AQMD.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
A Texas Instrument he worked with, and they bought a Hughes Aircraft Company. I don't like that, but they did. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for those words of welcome. And it's nice to have a full board with full alternates. We haven't had that for a while. So it's great to have you on board. Okay, so I was mentioning before we digress for just a moment, the additional findings that we need to make for good cause. And first of all, we need to know that the circumstances that led to the violation could not reasonably have been avoided or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for notice to the public. Also, we are looking for diligence in filing as soon as the petitioner knew or should have known that variance relief would be needed or may be needed. And also we need to know that denial of an emergency variance would result either in an increase in emissions, and I think we're going to hear a little bit about that today, or an unreasonable and unavoidable adverse impact to petitioner, and we know we're going to hear a little bit about that today. So if we can focus the first portion of our hearing on those findings and on good cause, we'll move forward with Ms. Gross and your opening on good cause.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good morning. My name is Maya Gross. I'm an attorney at Alston & Bird, and I'm appearing on behalf of petitioner AltAir Paramount. We're here today seeking an emergency variance because of issues with the SCR for the facility's 501/502 heater. I'll just call it the heater, that apparently resulted from an unanticipated chain of events which began on Sunday, September 27th, but had unanticipated consequences that weren't identified until around Wednesday. And you'll hear testimony about petitioners' diligence in not only following up on the initial incident, but also troubleshooting the very unexpected apparent result from that incident and petitioning for the emergency variance within 24 hours of calling in the breakdown on this second unanticipated event. The board may or may not be familiar with AltAir Paramount. I know some of you are new, but they are in the process. They were a former refinery and began refining renewable diesel in recent years, initially with a pilot startup project, and they're in the process of converting the whole facility to all renewable fuel refining. So they will be 100% renewable fuel. These renewable fuel products have a carbon footprint that's only 25 to 30% of the carbon footprint of crude oil-based products. And AltAir's renewable fuels unit is currently only the second of its kind in the country of this particular type of feedstock. They use beef tallow and vegetable oil and turn it into renewable diesel. So you'll hear testimony about what happens to potential GHG impacts if their customers end up using regular diesel instead of renewable diesel, because generally the renewable diesel is exchangeable with regular diesel. So if it's not available to use renewable, there will be regular diesel, but you'll hear testimony on that. As with any complex technology, whether refining crude oil or renewable fuels, there can be issues with equipment. And we're here seeking emergency variance relief from district rules related to NOx and ammonia emissions, and the SCR that appears to have been experiencing problems as a result of an unexpected breakdown or series of events. AltAir, you'll hear testimony related to the emergency and the good cause section, has a planned shutdown of the unit on October 24th, just as part of its regular maintenance. And this, you'll hear, took quite a bit of logistics and scheduling given the current pandemic and the need to maintain social distancing protocols. And so we're requesting that AltAir Paramount be allowed to continue operating with the SCR in its current state until that time when it had already planned to shut down, rather than doing an additional unplanned shutdown between now and the 24th. We have two witnesses today. Ms. Gina Pradina will speak to details related to the operations and environmental compliance and the facts leading to the present circumstances, and why avoiding a rule violation has been beyond their control and some of the harm that could result from an additional shutdown. And Mr. Howard Chang will testify to matters related to the emissions calculations, including excess emissions, as well as emissions associated with an unplanned additional shutdown, and the GHG reductions that could be lost. And I want to apologize for getting the exhibits related to the updated excess emissions calcs and the diagram and GHG this morning. It's just, we filed on Thursday, and as you know, with an emergency variance, we didn't want to hold up the filing to track down additional information or create a diagram, and have been kind of troubleshooting since then. So if we need to, we can share the screen to go through those at the time. And members of board, that concludes my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gross. Ms. Reichart, your opening on good cause, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator.
maybe it's my hearing, but you're not coming through. The sound is not as loud as it should be.
Oh, sorry. Can anyone hear me? You cannot hear
I
me?
can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you, but
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Everyone says they can hear me fine. Maybe, did you hear Ms. Gross okay? Or
I heard she
not
was
me?
muzzled, but that's quite all right. I can hear. I understand what she was saying.
It possibly might be on your end, and maybe you need to
Could
make
be.
your volume a little bit louder.
Usually it's not on my end. It's when you just turn the volume up.
Okay. Okay, but now you're good?
I hear.
Okay. All right. Ms. Reichart, your opening on good cause, please.
Good morning. Based on the information we have available right now, the district is not opposed to a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gross, you may present your first witness on good cause.
Thank you. I'd like to present Gina Pradina. Gina, can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Gina Pradina. So Gina is G-H-I-N-A and Pradina, P-R-A-D-I-N-A.
Thank you. And were you administered the oath this morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you please tell us your title and your role at AltAir Paramount?
I'm a unit process engineer here at AltAir Paramount. I do daily monitoring of the unit as well as optimization of all the parameters to make sure that we're meeting product targets.
Thank you. And could you give us a brief overview of the equipment and the refining process to the extent that it's relevant today? What does the refinery do and the equipment?
Okay. I think you covered it pretty well earlier. Our facility takes in the waste animal fats and vegetable oils and convert them into renewable diesel, jet, and naphtha. Our diesel is a drop-in replacement for the conventional diesel, and we are the only renewable jet producer currently. Go ahead. Oh,
yeah, and when you say a drop-in replacement, what does that mean?
It means that our renewable diesel can replace a conventional diesel without needing any additives or blending.
Thank you. Okay, continue please about the heater and the SCR.
Of course. So the heater H501 provides preheat for our feed material that goes into the reaction section. And once it reaches the reaction section is where the conversion takes place from fats and oils to the simple hydrocarbon that we use to make our product. H501 shares the same convection section as H502, and H502 provides heat to the fractionation section. And the flue gas from both of these heaters, H501 and 502, is treated in the SCR downstream, where there is an ammonia injection, and the ammonia will react with the NOx to produce nitrogen and water vapor. And this reaction occurs on the catalyst bed, so there is an SCR catalyst for the flue gas.
Okay, thank you. And are you familiar with the rules and permit conditions that relate to the heater and the SCR?
Yes.
Okay. And currently, what is the status of compliance with the rules that relate to the heater and the SCR?
We're currently out of compliance on the NOx rating at the stack. We're in exceedance. We did exceed on the ammonia reading for a period of time, but we are currently in compliance. If we're requested to reduce the NOx by increasing the ammonia injection, then we may exceed the ammonia slip requirement.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about the incident that appears to have triggered the need for this variance. Could you describe the problems and the timeline until the variance petition was filed, starting with when the incident first happened with the date?
Okay. We had an initiating incident on Sunday, September 27th. So in the afternoon, the operators on shift noticed an increase in H501 box pressure, and they also noticed that the SCR damper had closed. Although the system registers it as open. So this means that the flue gas coming out of H501 and 502 is not able to go through the SCR, and the atmospheric damper at this time is also closed.
And thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt. It may be helpful to refer to the diagram at this point. Would that be helpful, Gina?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Shall I see if I can share the screen, Madam Chair, or would you like to do that on your end with Exhibit 3?
I could try to do that. I don't know if Paula, if you're available, do you know if Ms. Gross can she share the screen as well?
Let me make her a co-host and then she would be able to do that. Would you like her to try that?
Sure, you can promote her, and then when she's no longer sharing the screen, we can
Okay.
Emote me.
It would be Maya, that's who has the shares. Okay, one moment, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Done. Go ahead.
I
Ms.
see you are.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Maya.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like it's coming through.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you. And you can see that. I'll try to scroll down.
Yeah, maybe we can make it smaller a little bit to get an overview.
Yeah, I see that we only see the top of it, the top half of it.
Okay, yeah, and I can, I'm having trouble manipulating it actually. Here we go.
That's it. You can
Oh.
scroll down like that.
Perfect. Okay, now we see it all.
Then I'll see. Oops, sorry. All right, let me try to make it a little bit smaller to get, is that still large enough to see?
That's great.
Okay, thank you for bearing with me. And Gina, thank you for letting me interrupt. Please feel free to use this diagram as needed when describing the dampers that are the part of the initiating event.
And just for the record, just a reminder, this is exhibit number 3.
Thank you. So as mentioned earlier, H501 and H502 shares a convection section, and the flue gas from both of those heaters would normally go through the SCR damper and into the SCR where the NOx is treated and then out via a separate stack. In this case scenario, what we observed was that the SCR damper had closed while the atmospheric stack damper remained closed, and our system had registered the SCR damper as open, but a field check by operations confirmed that it was actually closed. In order to avoid an overpressurization of the heaters, they manually open the atmospheric stack damper so that the flue gas has a way to go out. And that was pretty much the initiating event. At that point, they had notified the environmental department of the event, and they called in a breakdown, I believe at 3:35 p.m. Operations at this point also called our instrument technician to come out and check out the SCR damper to start troubleshooting.
Thank you. And so that was the breakdown for this damper event was called in on Sunday still?
Yes, it was
Okay,
Sunday at
thank you.
3:35 p.m.
Okay.
So in response to the event, operations also immediately reduced heater firing rate by lowering the total process flow through the heater. And that was able to reduce the heater firing duty.
Okay, thank you. And did you did you have people start working on this or troubleshooting it? And what sort of things did you do to remedy?
Yes, so the instrument tech was called out Sunday afternoon, and when he came on site, he checked all the systems related to the damper, including the airline filter, the air line to the damper itself, our air supply pressure, and there was also an air pressure regulator for this specific damper. He also checked on the actuator, which is a part of the damper that closes and opens the damper itself. After troubleshooting, it was determined that the actuator could not be operated reliably in auto mode and that a replacement may be required. And from that point on, we started planning for a replacement for the next day.
Okay, so that took us through Sunday afternoon. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then so on Monday, can you take us through what you did on Monday to continue troubleshooting this event?
Okay, yeah, on Monday morning, we had identified a damper that is currently installed in a non-operational equipment that can be used to replace this SCR damper. So we set up scaffolding to access this similar damper, and upon closer look, when we looked at this damper, it was not a workable match. So we were not able to take this damper and use it as replacement for the SCR damper. This process overall took, I think, most of the morning. It took about 5 hours for us to try out replacing the damper. The next option that we had was to operate the damper in manual. First, we had to have a very thorough discussion on whether or not putting the damper in manual would affect the safety system surrounding the heater. So by about 3 p.m., we agreed that the heater safety systems would still provide adequate layers of protection in case of an event, and we proceeded to put the SCR damper on manual control.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure I understand, the damper ordinarily operates on auto mode, and there are safety mechanisms and backups built into that and for the
Correct.
auto mode operation? Okay, and then, so you had to ensure that there would still be sufficient safety to manually override the damper position? Okay, thank you. And so after you decided you were able to manually override the damper position, how did that affect where the gas was going and the SCR operation?
Right, so with the SCR damper on manual, we were able to manipulate it and route the flue gases through the SCR. So we were able to close the atmospheric stack damper and open up the SCR damper to start heating up the SCR bed. There's a specific temperature target for the SCR bed to reach before we can start injecting ammonia. So the process of getting that temperature, there's a TI right before the SCR, which is the temperature indicator. We needed to get that temperature indicator up to target, and that took about 3 hours.
Okay. And so up until that time, you were still seeing excessive NOx?
Yes,
in excess of the permit limits?
Yes, initially when we first routed the gas through the SCR, we did noted high NOx. And as we typically, as we increase the temperature on the SCR and start ammonia injection, that's when it would start dropping down. We did not observe that this time. We initiated ammonia injection later that night once we reached target temperature. And by the morning time, we've reached target SCR temperature and optimum ammonia injection rate. And we did not see a reduction or much reduction in the NOx numbers coming out of the stack reading.
Okay.
Or the stack
so
analyzer.
Is it, thank you. Is it when you have an abnormal event like what happened with the damper, is it normal for the SCR to get up to temperature, or that it might take some time before you would expect to see the reactions taking place or the reductions to the NOx?
Yes, it typically does take some time for the SCR bed to heat up. Also takes some time for us to get the NOx in control after ammonia injection.
Okay, thank you. And so when you say in the morning, are we already at Tuesday, September 29th?
Yes.
Okay, just following. Okay, and so in the morning of Tuesday, September 29th, you were still, the NOx reading was still in excess of the permit limits?
Yes, so yeah, we had initiated ammonia injection last night or the night previous, and NOx reading in the morning was still high. We tried to increase the temperature at the approach of the SCR to get more activity out of it. We also increased ammonia injection rate to the normal injection rate to ensure reaction. However, after a few hours of these operational adjustments, the NOx reading remained high at the optimized condition on Tuesday. So we called out an instrument technician to service and recalibrate the analyzer to make sure that the numbers we're seeing are true and correct. They checked it twice, and still we saw high readings for NOx and ammonia. And since the reading was still high after calibration, we decided to take a sample using our portable analyzer to double, triple check the analyzer reading and confirm that the portable analyzer is also seeing high NOx. So after a confirmed high NOx reading, we started looking into anything that could have affected the SCR operations and started troubleshooting to try and get the NOx down.
Okay, thank you. And so just to digress for a minute to talk about the process. So I think you touched on it a little bit, but could you describe the catalyst itself and sort of how the ammonia comes into play and what you expect to see and the adjustments, that sort of thing?
Yeah, of course. So the ammonia injection goes into the flue gas line that goes to the SCR. And this brings the two reactants that you have to the SCR bed where the conversion would take place from NOx to nitrogen and water vapor. And typically for our SCR, this happens between 550 degrees Fahrenheit to about 825 degrees Fahrenheit. So we do need to wait until we reach a higher temperature to start injecting the ammonia or for the ammonia to be effective.
Thank you. And then a little bit about catalyst. What is catalyst, and how often do you replace it?
The catalyst provides a service for the reaction to happen. It is recommended to replace every 3 to 5 years.
Okay. And when was this catalyst in the SCR last replaced?
This SCR catalyst was last replaced in June of 2020.
So it was only a couple of months old?
Correct.
Would you have expected the catalyst to continue facilitating the reaction ordinarily at this age?
Yes, at this point, we would expect the catalyst to be fully functional. We did not see any reduction in activity before the Sunday event happened. This catalyst did not have any issues controlling NOx or ammonia before the event.
Okay.
Can I
there,
interrupt for one moment? Can we cease sharing screen now? Just because it's hard for me to see everyone. And so if anyone has.
yes.
I
think
the other board members.
Yeah, we don't need the diagram anymore. Is that right, Gina?
Yes,
I think
we're
good.
good.
Okay.
Thank you, Maya.
Let me.
Thank you.
Can someone hijack the screen, or do I have to do something?
Should say stop share either on the top, a red button.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Sharing, and there we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
We back
Yep.
to your liking, Madam Chair, then now?
Yes, sorry. I just like to see if sometimes board members might want to interrupt me or somebody might be raising their hand. So if we don't need to be sharing at a moment, best that we don't.
The diagram is
Sounds good.
important, I think.
It is important.
Very
We can always go back to it, but for now, I think since we're done with that testimony, we
I
can.
see these people all the time.
Well, as the chair, it's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so the SCR, this SCR was quite fresh. So was it surprising to you to see this lack of sufficient reaction?
Absolutely. It was doing fine before the event, and we fully expected it to come back once we started the flue gas to the SCR. And we gave
Okay.
it some time knowing that it was an abnormal situation, and it never came back in activity.
Okay, thank you. And so we're still here describing the events in chronological order, and I think we're still on Tuesday, September 29th. When you came back, when you lowered the ammonia to come back into ammonia compliance, kind of what time was that, and what did you do thereafter?
Yeah, so after we tried to increase ammonia in order to get more reaction occurring, we noted that the ammonia that we're injecting pretty much goes straight to ammonia slip at the stack. And so in order to, at the very least, keep the ammonia in compliance, we started reducing the ammonia injection since it wasn't helping as much with the reaction. It was not as effective. So we did reduce it, and we were able to get ammonia back into compliance by about 4 p.m. on Tuesday.
Thank you. And so that was the afternoon of Tuesday. Can you describe the steps that you took going forward into when we filed the variance petition?
Yep. So, after we confirmed that the ammonia injection is good and it's going, and we actually had to cut it back because it was slipping to the stack, we called in actually another breakdown specifically for the SCR catalyst, because at that point we suspect that we have lost activity in the catalyst. So the breakdown was called in at 3:52 p.m. and we also filed an intent to file a variance. And then the next day, on Wednesday, September 30th, is when we actually filed the variance petition. And we fully got back in compliance for ammonia. And we initiated discussion, or we placed in a purchase order for a new catalyst bed.
Okay. And so although it was surprising, it sounds like that this catalyst would be bad, you started looking at replacing the catalyst nonetheless?
Yes, I had initiated some discussion with vendors regarding a load of SCR catalyst previously, and they got that process going pretty quick, and we were able to put in a purchase order by Wednesday.
Okay. And that was by Wednesday, September 30th.
Correct.
Did you place the order on an expedited basis?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And had you contacted more than one vendor to see when you could get the catalyst?
Yes, I reached out to 2 different vendors to try and see which one can get it to us earlier or which one would have it available. I think especially at this time with the COVID-19 situation, it was difficult to get certain materials, but I was able to get one catalyst vendor to get back to us and propose an early expedited delivery.
Okay, thank you. And I want to talk about the steps that have been taken since last Wednesday when the variance petition was filed. Again, to sort of demonstrate what you've been doing, and then I also want to talk about the planned shutdown. So if you would tell me kind of briefly what steps you've been taking since you've identified that the catalyst is the likely problem in the SCR's performance, just kind of from Thursday onward.
Yeah, so from Thursday, we continued monitoring the heater operations and make sure that the SCR parameters are on target so that we're not creating any more emissions. We tried to keep the ammonia on target, and we continued monitoring the NOx numbers via the portable analyzer and matching it with the SEMS analyzer. And the
Can I just interject?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to understand, why is it that you're using the portable analyzer right now? Do you normally have a SEMS measuring the NOx?
We do. We normally have a SEMS, and we do have an ammonia or NOx reading from the SEMS. However, our NOx from the SEMS is capped at the maximum range that the analyzer can go to. So to get an accurate reading of the NOx, we needed to use the portable analyzer that goes beyond the range of the stack analyzer.
Okay, thank you. And so the portable analyzer is not something that you necessarily, that all of your employees know how to use necessarily?
No, it is not.
Okay, so you have to train the employees?
Yes, correct. It is something that we purchased to double check, and not all of our operators know how to use it. Typically, it's used by the instrument technician.
Right, okay. Because ordinarily the SEMS is doing the measuring.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And just really briefly, when you're training your employees on kind of a unique piece of technology like this, how does that work? Do you get them all in a room, or do you have shifts, that sort of thing? Just describe for us kind of how the process is.
We started training our operators, on Thursday and then into Friday. We have 4 shifts total. They're 12-hour shifts. So during certain days, we really only have access to 2 shifts, one on day shift and one on night shift. So we officially trained the night shift on Friday, and they were charged with training the day shift for the next day. So over the weekend, we had both, night shift and day shift practicing on using this analyzer, but those are the same 2 teams then this week is when the next 2 teams come in. So far we've trained 2 out of the 4 total teams, and we'll continue the chain to train all 4 teams.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. And okay, so continue with the chronology. I think we were talking about over the weekend, and you were doing the training, and then yeah, please continue.
So also on Sunday, we had an SCR catalyst delivery. This was the expedited delivery that we requested, that was put in on Wednesday. And also, over the weekend, we continued monitoring, and that continues on Monday as well.
Okay,
Yesterday.
thank you. And I'm going to come back to the catalyst delivery, but I want to understand kind of, as you've been troubleshooting or doing a root cause analysis, what are the kinds of things that you've examined in addition to, to understand what was going on?
Yeah, so we looked at the system overall, specifically on the SCR. We have a differential pressure gauge that measures the pressure upstream and downstream of the SCR. And we continued monitoring that, trying to see if, that has any changes associated with it. It may indicate that there's a sort of buildup on the catalyst bed that could cause loss of activity. So far, we have not seen that, but that is something that we looked at to make sure that, we didn't just have a bunch of material on top of the catalyst. We also looked at the approach and the outlet temperature of the SCR and monitored that consistently. Typically, the SCR is limited to a certain high temperature, so it's not supposed to operate at a temperature higher than, I believe, 850. So that's something that we monitored, as well as the ammonia injection going to the SCR bed.
Okay, thank you. And so right now, is your working assumption that the catalyst was compromised, and that's why you ordered the new catalyst?
Yes, correct. As we're looking at the temperatures around the SCR during the initiating event, we had noted that the downstream temperature had increased to about 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, which would put it out of the safe operating temperature for the SCR.
Okay. And so what is the current plan of action since you have the catalyst, or place the order and have it?
So currently we plan on continuing monitoring as per the variance conditions. And we plan to come down on October 24th for our planned shutdown and take that opportunity to replace the SCR catalyst and also do a full inspection of the SCR system. Okay.
And can you explain a little bit about this October 24th shutdown? Why is this, an important time at the refinery? What are you doing? Why can you do it sooner?
Yeah, so October 24th is our planned turnaround time. This is a period of time where we take down the units and do maintenance on a lot of the equipment all at once. And this is typically planned much ahead of time. This one was planned from at least June of this year. We started scheduling and planning for this turnaround. And during this turnaround as well, we will be replacing our unit catalyst, which is our main reaction catalyst. That is not the SCR catalyst. But that does take a lot of time and coordination to get the vendors and contractors out here among the other jobs that we have planned for the turnaround. Okay.
And is, in terms of scheduling the turnaround, do you have different protocols for vendors and people coming on your site given the pandemic, or can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because of the whole COVID-19 situation, we are putting in, additional health and safety policy. We do request for our contractors to mostly come from in-state, and if they have to come from out of state, we request a full itinerary from them and make sure that they're tested beforehand. With this turnaround where you have a lot of different contractors coming in, it does make it difficult, or it makes it more difficult to find contractors that meet your requirements, since we do prefer in-state contractors instead of having someone that comes in from out of state.
Okay, thank you. And so this turnaround is not something that you can simply move up a few weeks, sounds like.
No, this is well planned and scheduled, and it would be difficult to do that.
Okay, then can you tell me about, can you just shut down the heater and SCR, kind of what's involved in shutting down the heater and SCR before this turnaround, if you were to simply replace the catalyst? What is involved in that type of unit shutdown?
Yeah, it does require a full unit shutdown where we have to take down, the temperatures from very high temperatures and cool it down enough to where we can do the SCR catalyst replacement. It is typically also hard on our equipment because of the change that the equipment and the piping have to go through. For an SCR catalyst replacement only, it would take a minimum of 4 days to shut down, go in, do replacement, and then come back up to normal rate. And the impact on that is we're estimating about $750,000 per day. So for a 4-day minimum, it would be about $3 million. And that's pretty much our best case scenario. That's the shortest time possible to go down to the replacement and come back.
Okay, so it's possible that it might take even longer than 4 days?
Correct. The upcoming turnaround that we have, as I mentioned, is to also do a unit catalyst replacement. We are nearing the end of run of the catalyst, which means that it's deactivated, partly deactivated, and it needs more temperature to come back up. So, if we were to take this shutdown, it may not last 4 days. It may last longer than that, or it may take longer than that for us to come back.
Okay, thank you. And just to make sure I'm understanding, so there's the unit catalyst and then there's the SCR catalyst. And the unit catalyst is the one that's scheduled for regularly scheduled maintenance replacement on October 24th?
Correct.
Okay. And it sounds like that could, the fact that that's due for replacement could mean that you would have a longer shutdown period if you were to shut down unexpectedly in advance of the turnaround?
Yes, it may do
Okay.
more harm to the catalyst, and it may take more to get back.
Okay. And are there, with an additional shutdown of the unit between now and October 24th, are there other emissions that are associated with that shutdown?
Yes, when we go through a shutdown, there will be, flare emissions, and typically when we come back up, the SCR, will not be immediately in compliance. We do have a certain period during the startup to when we, try to get that SCR temperature up.
Okay, and in the meantime, if you don't shut down and you continue operating with the current SCR, right now, is it and this may be more appropriate for Mr. Chang later, but if you can answer, I know we're in excess of the permit limits, but is it uncontrolled emissions or is it something less than that?
We are still injecting ammonia as much as we can to lower the NOx, although it's reduced. We also have low NOx burner installed in H501 and 502, so that should also help keep the NOx low.
Okay. All right. And I just want to make sure, just to touch on.
You're going to have a different witness testify more specifically about.
Specifically on the emissions.
Okay.
Yes. And I just want to touch really quickly on one more thing. You mentioned at the very beginning that when the initiating incident occurred, you reduced the heater rate or the heater firing rate. Is that correct?
Yes, we did. Immediately after, we reduced the heater firing rate by reducing total throughput through the heater.
Okay. And is that still the status of your operations? You're operating with the reduced heater rate?
Yes, correct. We are currently
Okay.
operating at a reduced heater firing rate.
Okay. And that reduces some of the emissions from that heater with the malfunctioning SCR?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Actually, yeah, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reichart, do you have a question?
Thank you. I had a question about okay, when you initially installed this catalyst in June, was it brand new at that time?
We had a spare load of catalyst that was used in that June 2020, but we did test it beforehand and we confirmed the activity on that spare catalyst load before loading it.
So when you say it was spare, I mean, had it been used previously?
Yes, it was used for a short period of time, and knowing that, that's why we tested for the activity and confirmed that it still had enough sufficient activity to be put back in.
Okay, and then, so how long had it been used previously?
It was used for maybe about 3 months.
Okay, and you said, I'm sorry, can you repeat what the lifespan of these typically are?
Yeah, typically it needs to be replaced about 3 to 5 years.
Okay, and so when you had it tested, what percentage of 100%, or as if it was brand new, what was it operating at?
95%.
Okay. What is the testing like? How long does that take? Do you can you just explain that testing process?
Yeah, well, I wasn't involved at the time of that testing, but from what I understood, it takes about a week for them to do the actual testing, and this is outside of getting it into the testing schedule.
So do you actually take part of the catalyst and send it off, or do they come on site and test it?
We do have to send it off. The SCR catalyst bed is made up of boxes, so we did have to send out a whole box to them to be tested out.
And then does the catalyst degrade or lose efficiency uniformly across all the boxes?
It may be different depending on what it's exposed to.
Okay.
I can't quantify that.
Okay. So, but I mean, when you send off one box, are you able to extrapolate that for the rest of the boxes?
Yeah, I believe we actually sent out, we have 2 layers of boxes in our catalyst bed. We sent one out from the top layer and one from the bottom layer.
Okay.
I can confirm that.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand kind of where it was at before.
Mhm.
When this issue, as you've troubleshooted this issue, did you send some more of the catalyst back out again for testing to see, how it's being degraded or what it's operating at?
Yeah, we're not able to access the catalyst, the SCR catalyst, since
Okay.
it is in line, and we would have to open it up for entry and get it cooled down enough for a person to take a whole cassette out. And then with that, we would be missing a cassette in the SCR. So that testing needs to be done when we replace it.
I understand. Okay. So, what is the basis? I mean, I understand the kind of the procedure you went through to try to troubleshoot this, but how sure are you that it's the catalyst? I guess is my question.
Yeah, we pretty much went through the process of elimination. We looked at everything else around the catalyst or the SCR system that we could check on without, actually opening up the catalyst. So we looked at the ammonia injection system to make sure that it was injecting properly. Again, we checked the analyzer to make sure that it was reading. We checked on, the ID fan, making sure that it is keeping a negative pressure to pull the gases through to the SCR. We monitored the temperature for SCR operations and confirmed that it is within a good range for the reaction to take place. And after going through all of that, what's left is pretty much just the catalyst deactivating or losing some of its activity.
So is there anything else? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we understand the problem. So like, let's say you put a new catalyst in and it's still not working properly. What would be your next step?
Well, while we're, if we're able to take this October 24th shutdown, we'd be able to do more of a full inspection of the whole SCR system. So it won't just be replacing the catalyst. We can look at the integrity of the system. And when we come back up, make sure that everything has been checked and it's operating properly.
So once you shut it down, you'll have more access to be able to check everything inside at that point. So if there are any other issues, you'll be able to check those out.
Right, and we'd also be able to get the mechanical or expertise, the help that's needed, because by that time we will have people scheduled and vendors in place.
You had mentioned about checking to see if there's a buildup on the catalyst bed and that you didn't detect one. What would cause a buildup?
So with the initiating event, there was a period of time when both the SCR dampers, or the SCR damper and the atmospheric damper, were closed, and we started seeing pressure buildup or in the heater box, and that may push out or push off some either refractory or any kind of bits from the heater that could carry over to the top of the SCR bed when we start it back up. So there's that potential, but we won't know for sure until we go in there and we see, what is happening to the SCR or if there is any buildup there. So far, what we can look at is the delta pressure, just differential pressure between the top of the SCR bed and the bottom of the bed. If we see increased pressure, then that would indicate that you have material just sitting on top of the bed. But in this case, we are not seeing that.
Has there been any change in the your input from the fuel that or the raw materials that you're using to make the fuel?
No, there has not.
I was just wanting to find out if potentially there was some change that could have been causing, something else to be causing a buildup in or affecting the catalyst, but there has been no change in those raw materials.
Yeah, and no change in the heater operation either. We were firing at a higher rate before the initiating event on Sunday, and we reduced that, but that is pretty much the big change that's occurring in the heater. As far as fuel that goes to the heater, it's our fuel mix drum, and that has not changed.
Okay. All right. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, had you indicated that you wanted to start with questions? I thought I saw you before we went to Ms. Reichart. Senator, can you hear? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Barely.
Oh, Senator, maybe can everyone hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Senator, I think the volume is on your end. Can you make it louder? Did you have, my question was, it seemed that you indicated you had questions before I went to Ms. Reichart. Did you have questions that you wanted to ask at this time?
Who are you asking?
You, Senator.
Oh, okay. The human aspect, individuals who participate in this testing and also operation of the system, could they have at any time caused the failure rate, caused the failure?
I don't believe so. We had the initiating event where we were able to trend it back and observe what had occurred via our computer system. And with the initiating event that happened where the SCR damper had pretty much a mechanical failure, our operators actually took initiative and they were able to open the atmospheric damper so that they avoid an overpressurization of the heater. So I do think that our operators reacted as best as they could in this scenario and put the system to its safe operating point while we were still troubleshooting.
Function manual or automatic?
So we had an automatic failure of the SCR damper. And so our operators are able to react and manually put the atmospheric damper, open it up essentially and put the flue gas through to the heater. So it was, and then we were also putting the SCR damper on manual. So parts of it is manual operation and
manual operated.
Yeah.
Could they cause a problem?
Not in the responses that they had. The responses did put the system to a safe operating point. So they actually avoided a problem.
The catalyst is changed, shut down every 3 to 5 years, correct?
Yes, correct. It is recommended to be replaced.
There's a big variation in terms of time. Why not 4 years? Why not 2 years? Why 3 to 5 years? What does that significant represent? I mean,
I think it depends on how hard you run the catalyst, depending on the type, how much NOx you're sending over to the catalyst bed, and how much deactivation rate you have. It could either be earlier 3 years or 5 years.
at one point in time, is it determined that it's 3 years and not 5 years, or 5 years and not 3 years? How do you determine that?
Operationally, we would be able to see the activity of the catalyst based on how much it's able to remove the NOx at the stack. So if we start, having problems with the NOx at the stack, then that may indicate a deactivation of the catalyst. However, before the Sunday event, we did not have any issues controlling the NOx at the stack with the catalyst in place. So the 3 to 5 years, I think, is a range that we can monitor and adjust to.
What is the permitted acceptance for NOx?
It is 5 ppm.
What amount did you measure at the time you had the failure? Well, this troubleshooting.
At this time, we had more than 15 ppm.
What about 25?
Yes, that is the portable analyzer reading goes up. So our SEMS reading was at 15 ppm, and the actual reading taken by portable analyzer would be higher than that.
Why did you replace the actuator?
So we tried replacing it with the similar model that we had in one of our equipment, but when we take a closer look on that, it was not a workable match. The alternative that we have is to, engineer and purchase a new actuator damper system, and that does take time. So we're not able to do it immediately.
What do you mean it's not a match? What do you mean by that?
So the configuration of the actuator and the damper does not match the existing SCR damper. So we wouldn't be able to just take that one off and put it in the existing system, just because of the shape of it, the actual configuration of the damper and the actuator.
When you use the ammonia to control the NOx, you saying you discovered that you met the specs of
we were not able to meet the NOx specs after we started ammonia injections. We actually started seeing more ammonia slip at the stack. So we know that we're injecting enough ammonia, but we also know that it's just going out the stack instead of reacting and reducing the NOx reading.
In your petition, you state that using the ammonium injection you were able to read the specs of 5, and you said you need a permit to continue to do that.
We were able to meet the 5 ppm requirement for the NOx before the initiating event on Sunday.
But the amount of ammonium would be out of spec, it would not be out of permitted condition, either one or the other.
Right, and even when we tried to increase the ammonia injection to help control the NOx, it was not able to bring it down low enough to where it reaches 5 ppm.
It says here that it did come down to 5 ppm.
I
right.
don't believe
Are you
so.
looking on the permit? I mean, sorry, on the petition.
You want to have this permitted conditions, the petition, until what date?
I'm sorry, where were you looking on the petition that says that they were down to 5 ppm NOx?
Question. You placed an order by email.
Can you hear me, Senator?
What do you say?
I am asking, can everyone hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yes,
Senator, you can hear the witness, but you can't hear me?
You're in a different room.
I'm sorry. Okay, my question.
I hear what you're saying. Now carry on.
Okay, my question to you, Senator, was that you were pointing to the petition and you were stating that somewhere in the petition, you saw that currently the NOx was down to 5 ppm.
Right.
And I was asking, where in the petition are you pointing so that we can have
If you
that?
use ammonium, it would control the NOx.
Okay, the witness is saying it is not controlled currently, and you're saying you see in the petition that it says otherwise. And my question to you is, can you point to where you see that so we can make sure we have that issue resolved before you move on?
How many pages? Give me a second. Oh, yeah. On page 4 of the petition, it says the amount of NOx concentration resulting from the poor performance of the unsuspected bad catalyst is approximately 25 ppm, compared with the low limit of 5 ppmv required by the permit condition.
Correct. And your question was, is it currently at 5 ppmv? Because you saw that in the petition. The petition is that sentence is saying it is
It
currently.
refers to the petition, the condition in the petition. It refers to the condition in the petition.
You
And it
mean
says,
condition
by
of-
using ammonium, it could, you look at the page.
Is the question whether
Paragraph 2.
is the question whether the permit requires 5 ppmv?
Yes, that's what it says it does.
Okay, well, that I think the answer was yes. The answer had already been answered, but currently it was reading as high as 25 ppm. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay.
Well, you interrupted the questioning, and so therefore you're coming up with an accurate statement.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Senator, you had finished and you had moved on. I just wanted to clarify. Please move on to your next question.
the expert can clarify. All right, I can't think of anything else. Oh, yes. You sent an email to purchase the catalyst. And at one point it was going to be 6 weeks. And you sent it for extra cost is going to be, they can get it to you in a week. That means you
Correct.
read that October 24th, 2020 date that's been established for for this petition, for the granting of this petition. Correct? That's what it says right here. All right, I have no further questions.
Okay, I had questions. I thought I had heard, but I might have misheard that. Did you receive the new catalyst yet?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so just to be clear, you are asking today for an emergency variance. And the reason for the emergency variance is you simply want to wait to October 24th in order to install the catalyst so that you can wait for the turnaround. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it could be corrected, but what you're looking to do is to wait until October 24th.
We would like to take that opportunity to do a full inspection of the system and
Okay.
have access to maintenance and schedule change out.
Okay, so then, and the reason why I asked that is because normally excess emissions are not too relevant at this point when we're looking at good cause, but I think they become very relevant because we need to look at what's going to happen if we do deny the variance today, and that is the last finding we need to make for good cause versus what would happen if we don't. If we grant it versus not granting it. So I guess my first question to you has to do with the SCR damper.
Mhm.
When was that last replaced, and what is the life of the damper?
I don't have that information. I do know that it was not replaced within this year, but I don't have the exact date as to when it was last replaced.
Do you know how often these types of dampers need to be replaced in the
No.
normal course?
No, I'm not sure for this specific one. I think we can find out and look into the damper specification.
I would say that would be important because it's your testimony today is that you believe it was the damper malfunctioning which led to the catalyst not working. And so I think that's very important that we understand today whether that damper should have been replaced earlier. Do you know when it was last maintenance was performed or testing of the damper was done, or if that's on a normal schedule, or any information on that?
I will check in with our maintenance department and get records for you.
Okay, so then, and actually, we should probably take a break. I can hold my questions. I'm sure other board members have questions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure, okay. So I'm gonna let the senator ask his question, and then we're gonna take a break where we can get that information.
Well, just the function of the actuator. That's what I'm asking. It's simple.
Yes, go ahead.
Function of the actuator.
What is the function of the
Yeah,
actuator?
what is the function of the actuator? In this whole concept.
The actuator closes and opens the damper. So that is the part of the valve or of the equipment that tells the damper whether it needs to open or to close.
I can visualize the diagram, so I know what you're saying, I think.
And that's a good point. I also would like to hear about the actuator and whether the actuator was within its useful life when it was last replaced, and just the maintenance scheme for the actuator, the damper, etc., the whole process of the automatic opening and closing to make sure that that was without fault and could not have been avoided in the first place. So do you have any idea of how long it might take to receive information on that, and so then we can figure out how long of a break to take?
Probably about 15, 20 minutes maximum.
Okay. So why don't we take a 20-minute break at this point, and we'll come back hopefully with that information, then we can go from there with questions. So it is now 10:20. We'll come back on the record at 10:40. And if at that time you still believe you need more time, just let us know, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, we're off the record until 10:40. Everyone who is on the live, on the call today, on the hearing today, please, if you haven't been before, do not leave the meeting. Simply mute your microphone and please make sure you do, otherwise everyone will hear what's going on wherever you are. You can turn off your video camera if you wish to, but please don't leave the meeting. Okay, we're off the record. We'll be back at 10:40. Ms. Kress, I see you're back. We're not back on the record, but did you need any more time, or was that sufficient amount of time to get the information that you needed?
Thank you. I believe that's a sufficient amount of time, and we've got the time. If there's going to be, additional follow-up questions, we may request another break, or, and we have people available.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to wait for everyone to assemble, make sure that the clerk is back. Let's see, the board members are back. Is the clerk available? Is the clerk present? Rosalind, are you there? I'm gonna wait then. I see Ms. Reichard is back. Thank you for popping on. Okay, let me see if I can get the clerk. I see Faye, are you around?
I'm here.
No, Faye.
I'm here. So I'll see where Rosalinda is. Hold on.
Thank you, Faye.
You're welcome.
I'm going to talk louder, Senator. I think you're having trouble hearing. Oh, it's better now. Okay, good. Because I feel like you're having trouble hearing me, but not anyone else. So I should just talk loud. Oh, great. Okay, Madam Clerk, are you ready to start? We're all good?
If I'm not here, you could always start without me. It's not,
Okay.
I don't have to be, I'm not starting the recording part of it. So.
I know. I just want to make sure nothing happens that you need to be in. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back on the record. And when we left and we went off the record, Ms. Pradina was going to see if she can find out a little more information about the SCR damper and the actuator. And if you've received any of that information, if you can share with us.
First, I guess maybe we should clarify first which parts I'm referring to. So the damper is basically a round disc that would open or close depending on what the actuator tells it to do. And the actuator is the electrical component that takes in signal from our control systems, and that feeds back into the damper, again, to open or close. In between these two, there is something called a positioner, which provides feedback to the actuator on what is the damper actual position. So these three parts are all connected. For your specific question regarding the actuator, this electrical part does have a 20+ year life, so we don't expect it to fail before then. The round disc or the damper itself is just a mechanical portion, and we do test that every shutdown. So we have the instrument technician check the damper operation, including the positioner and the actuator at every turnaround. And the last one that we had was in January of 2020. As far as the operability of the whole damper itself, it is checked by our operators every time we shut down. So there is an external indicator that would allow them to see out in the field whether the damper is closed or open. And as they're making moves, they'd be able to see if the damper is responding in the proper way.
Okay, thank you for that. And so when you said that the operability is checked every shutdown, that means it was last checked in January 2020?
So the check by the instrument technician is done every turnaround, and that last check was in January of 2020. Our last shutdown that operators checked the operability on is June of 2020.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. And then you also mentioned with regard to the actuator that it has a 20+ year life. Do you know when it was put in service, or even whether it's still within that 20 year life?
I can confirm on that. I
Okay.
would think that it is within the 20-year life. This unit has only been operating for about 4 to 5 years, but it did have a previous service, so I can check.
Okay. Okay, and we can do that on a break, unless it's an easy check that you could do. We took a minute, but okay. Let's see. Thank you for all that information. That's very helpful. My question on the petition, in the petition, page 7, question 13, we ask the question, have you received any complaints from the public in the last 6 months? And you've checked off yes. And my question is that related to the current issue?
So when we had that, it was an odor complaint from the nearby community, and that occurred when we had the heater relieving to atmosphere.
Okay.
And that was before they had stabilized the operation. So immediately after that, operators took a look at the heater operation and made sure that there was good combustion, and that resolved the odor issue.
Okay, so that's not, is that because it was going directly to atmosphere? So that would not be an ammonia issue. That would be an issue of untreated exhaust. Is that correct?
Yes. There may also be imbalance in the heater box for proper combustion.
Okay, and do you know the answer to the question of whether you would expect ammonia slip to the extent that it would cause any kind of nuisance or odor issues in the nearby surrounding neighborhood?
We have not had any ammonia odor complaints in relation to this incident, or even when we were injecting ammonia.
Okay, and you did have exceedances of ammonia, correct?
We did initially, yes.
But no complaints regarding that?
No complaints.
Okay. You mentioned that currently you've curtailed operations to reduce emissions, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what percentage curtailment you have done, both off of permitted levels as well as your usual levels or normal level of operation?
So in terms of the heater firing, we've cut back about 10% of the starting firing duty on Sunday. Along with that, we did also reduce the total process flow through the heater.
And that's from your usual?
From our normal rate.
Normal rate, okay. Okay. One other question with regard to the catalyst. Ms. Reichard asked questions which we then understand that the catalyst was not exactly new. It was close to new. It was 3 months, correct? I don't want to put, that's what you said. Okay. And it was tested, correct?
Correct.
But I noticed, we're not really considering the proposed conditions yet, so I don't have questions actually on the conditions. That will come if we get to the second part of the hearing. But condition number 4 raised a question for me. It states that petitioner shall provide records to demonstrate that the new catalyst is the identical or similarly in kind to the catalyst installed in 2016. Did that just raise a question as to, I apologize for trash trucks, question in my mind as to whether or not the catalyst that you put in June of 2020 was different in some way than the catalyst from 2016, and if not, why is that? Why is it specified?
Okay, it was not different. So what we pulled out in June of 2020 matches what we put in June of 2020, both in terms of the type of catalyst and the size of the catalyst and the configuration of it. So it was a replacement in kind. And it is also the same catalyst as what we recently purchased to replace this load.
Okay, so it's not that whatever was installed in 2016 is at all different from current, or, okay. those are my questions for now. And I'm gonna shut my microphone because that's annoying. Is any board members other questions? Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to go back to page 4, the same paragraph that the senator had referred to. However, I'm looking at the last sentence where it says petitioner may attempt to add additional ammonia to keep the NOx as low as possible. However, this may result in an ammonia slippage exceeding the permit limit. And my question is, to what degree? Is it on this chart at all? To what degree that ammonia slippage is going to occur? Or any of the documents that you gave us, to what degree?
We have an ammonia reading from the operation where we tried to increase the ammonia to try and get the NOx down. So we do have that data. I don't believe it's
not on the
included.
document that you've submitted to us?
Yes, it's noted that our ammonia reading did max out. So it reached the highest range that our SEMS analyzer can go up to at 11 ppm. So beyond that, we have to use our portable analyzer, which means it's an instantaneous sampling to check for the ammonia reading. Same case as the NOx.
Okay, but in looking at the chart, where is it exactly so I can refer to it?
I'm not sure it's included in the petition.
That's my concern. Because I'd like to know what that is.
I'm sorry, can I ask a clarifying question? Are you asking about what the possible ammonia slip could be?
Yes, based on the last sentence of the second paragraph on page 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
It's ambiguous. It's ambiguous.
if the variance,
I can't find
is-
anywhere where there's that information.
I believe, sorry, I just, to clarify, if the variance is granted, there is a condition that limits the ammonia slip. So I'm not sure if that helps to
It's,
answer the question.
Condition 1B. So let's put that out there and then Ms. Verdugo Peralta, if you can make sure that your question is answered. But the proposed conditions, which again won't come into play, we can consider them because I think they are relevant. Some of it is relevant to this phase, but we'll consider it when we get to the merits. But 1B of the proposed conditions would propose to reduce NOx emissions to the maximum extent feasible without exceeding 15 ppm NH3 slip. So the ammonia slip would be limited under the proposed conditions. But is that the question that you're asking, or are you asking what the highest reading was?
Well, I'm asking to what degree are they expecting it to exceed the permit limit? As I'm reading this sentence, this may result in an ammonia slip exceeding the permit limit. I want to know what that number is, the exceed of the permit limit.
Our permit limit is at 5 ppm on, I believe, a 1 hour average. And when we first initiated, the SCR operation, we went as high as 16 ppm on the ammonia reading. So anything that's above our 5 ppm limit would put us out of compliance or in exceedance.
I understand that. I'm just asking you, what are you expecting that to be? Has there been any calculation out there that you are looking at what the possible amount could be of that ammonia slip?
Our ammonia slip is controlled by our ammonia injection system. So we are able to target a certain ammonia reading at the stack. As far as how much ammonia it will take and what the stack reading will be if we were to try and get the NOx down, so far from our experience, that NOx number has not come down regardless of how much ammonia we've added or we've increased to the SCR bed and to the stack.
Okay,
So
but that's the NOx you're talking about,
The-
right? Okay, I'm not talking about the NOx. I'm asking you about the ammonia.
Right, and I'm saying that we can measure for the ammonia at the stack using our portable analyzer to see how high it would go. But if it does reach a higher number than the 15 ppm that is on the variance condition, we are able to dial it back and adjust our ammonia injection. So, we can target for, I think the condition states a 15 ppm. We can target a 15 ppm at the stack for ammonia, and that will be outside of our 5 ppm normal ammonia requirement at the stack.
Okay, how close are you to sensitive receptors? Whether that's a neighborhood, whether that's a school, whether that's a hospital, how close are you to any sensitive receptors?
We do have communities around us. We have, I believe, a couple of schools and pretty much a nearby community in our same block.
In the same block, a block away?
Yes, I think we are within, and maybe Howard can answer this a little bit better, but we do share a fence line with the community.
And that's a school, you said?
There is a school nearby, yes.
Any neighborhoods? Residential?
Yes, we do share that fence line with the residential area, or our fence line with the residential area.
Do you know if the school is in session?
I am not sure on that.
Okay, just wondering.
Some of them are just about to go back in.
Oh, they are.
into having kids there on site.
Oh, gosh.
You said that there had been no complaints from the public regarding the odor. I'm just still concerned about the possibility of the ammonia slippage. And I don't know that that's going to cause, it's going to rise to the level of actually causing somebody from the public to complain about it. And yet there still might be the ammonia slippage before that would occur. That I have that concern. The other question that I had was,
Can I ask some questions just to clarify I had some questions about that same issue, the ammonia. I just wanted to clarify what you said. You mentioned that you can go as high as 15, and that you also mentioned that so far the NOx is still, should mute your microphone. That the NOx is not necessarily coming down as a result of your injection. So are you still planning to, is your plan to continue to inject ammonia up to the 15 ppm and just I'm trying to understand what we should expect as well. And I don't know that that was ever answered. I understand that's the limit.
Yeah.
I understand it's not really responding. Is your plan to continue to inject up to 15 ppm every day of the?
I think it depends on what the variance condition will be. If you require us to increase that ammonia injection to try as much as we can to get the NOx number down, even though it wouldn't bring it down to 5 ppm, we would be able to do that and target a rate of 15 ppm, which is within our SEMS analyzer range.
And is that what you're planning, given the current proposed condition? I just want to understand. And again, I think we're going a little bit into but they're kind of mixed up, the merits. But the way it reads is that you are going to reduce NOx emissions to the maximum extent feasible without exceeding 15 ppm. Does that mean your plan is to target 15 ppm if that is the final condition of ammonia?
Right, we are able to target the 15 ppm if, if the AQMD recommends that to try and get as much NOx out as possible. But if other than that, we can also just reduce it down to where we don't have ammonia going out the stack to, as low as 0, which means no ammonia injection or maybe a little bit of slippage.
Okay.
We can target the normal permit condition of 5 ppm ammonia as well. But in all of these cases, due to the deactivation of the catalyst, the NOx will still be above our analyzer range.
Okay, so maybe it will be helpful when we have that witness who can more specifically testify to excess emissions to explain how those variables are going to work against each other, and we have a more full view of what we can expect in excess emissions. Okay, and I did not mean to interrupt you, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. I just wanted to understand that because I didn't think it was a full answer.
My whole concern about the ammonia slippage, as I have mentioned in the past, is that ammonia is the precursor to PM10. And when you have sensitive receptors that are right next door to you, that is extremely a source of concern for me, because the public would be subjected to that. And that's why I would like to know how much we're looking at, and if the other witness is going to be able to give us that answer, great. My other question was in regards to the catalyst. Do you know why that catalyst failed? Have you done a root cause analysis on the catalyst?
So the catalyst is currently in place right now in operation at high temperature. We would have to, take a complete, heater shutdown, cool it down, and take a sample of the catalyst in order to do the testing on it.
Is
It's
that
not
done on the 24th?
Yes.
Okay. You also had mentioned that the catalyst, and I want to understand this completely. Have you installed that catalyst that is the replacement catalyst that was only used for 3 months? Is that in place right now?
That is the catalyst that is currently in place.
Okay, and it's 95% of the efficacy of a new one. So my question then becomes, what's the delta? What is the difference between the emissions of a new one and the emissions of the 95% operating catalyst?
I would think it's 95% of a fresh
Yes.
catalyst, but
Which is?
we don't have any issues controlling to our 5 ppm target with this 95% SCR catalyst. So it's not a very big difference between the 95% and the 100% fresh catalyst.
But you don't know what that is.
I don't have that number, no.
Can we get that number?
I can follow up with you.
Okay.
Does the other witness have that number, or? No, okay.
Will the other witness be able to give us that information?
Right.
I believe so. This is Howard Chen, the other witness.
Okay, all right, then we'll take that in turn. Thank you.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan, you have questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Pradina, I have several questions. I'll start up with the bottom, the feed. I think Ms. Wright got asked about that. Has there been, with the COVID-19 situation, has there been any different supply of feed material that goes into the heater?
No, we are processing the same feed material to the unit, and our heater does use fuel gas that is produced by our main unit. So there has been no change in consequence to our fuel gas composition.
So when you got the complaint that Ms. Prusek asked, that was when the atmospheric damper was open due to the overpressure, and you opened it to
Correct.
and that's when you got the complaint.
Yes.
And was it several complaints or was it a several days? What duration was the complaint? Do you happen to know?
As far as I'm aware, it was only one complaint, one call. And as soon as we were notified, operators adjusted our heater operation. I can check to see how long that lasted, but it was an immediate response on our part.
Now, let's stick to the atmospheric stack damper.
Okay.
So that is normally closed,
Yes, correct.
and there's feedback signals to the control room that says it's closed, so it's open.
Correct.
So when it's open and you're venting to the atmosphere, is it tied into the main stack or does it goes out uncontrolled completely?
It goes out via a separate stack from the SCR stack. Maybe I'm not understanding your question fully.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. It's not tied in, not connected to the SCR stack.
No, it is
So,
not.
but do you measure the flow and the NOx and the emissions from that stack, the bypass stack, basically?
So I believe when it bypasses the SCR, Howard would probably be more familiar with this. There's a separate calculation that's done,
Okay.
but there is no analyzer on that stack. The analyzer is located at the SCR stack.
Okay. All right. But then you did say it's fully, so it's either
Open or
fully
closed?
open or fully closed?
Correct.
Correct. And you would have feedback saying that's open or closed?
Correct.
Unless something's wrong with the instrumentation, which is what happened to your other damper, the SCR damper, right?
Yes.
The SCR damper, again, normal operation, is it fully open, fully closed, or does it modulate depending on the flow?
It is fully open.
Fully open.
Yes.
So do you have any, when you did the analysis, any course of it to fail and close it? What happened? It was what resulted in that closing it?
Yeah, so we had been troubleshooting on this damper issue separately, and I did hear back from our instrumentation team that they were able to find the positioner arm needing to be replaced. So it wasn't functioning correctly. So it wasn't providing the feedback to the actuator that would tell us an accurate position of the damper. And because
So-
it wasn't,
No, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
yep, because it was in auto, obviously that created a miscommunication between the actual system out in the field and our control systems.
And that has not been replaced. You're planning to do that with when the shutdown on the 24th, is that?
They actually were able to modify the, I mentioned earlier that there was a similar damper that is installed in one of our non-operating equipment, and it wasn't a working match. So what they did was they modified that positioner and actuator, so the parts that attaches to the mechanical portion, and tried to install it into the SCR damper. So it was a physical modification, and they were able to place it on the SCR damper. And this was very new news. I think it was last night that they had worked on that.
Okay, so then you're not back to manual anymore. You're back to automatic.
I believe
Control?
we are still in manual. I think they're still just hashing out, making sure that the replacement work, and I don't believe that it's been turned over to operations yet from maintenance.
And if it doesn't work, is that something that you plan to look at or replace during the shutdown turnaround period?
Correct. I believe as a part of the initial troubleshooting, we looked into purchasing a replacement as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to understand the cause and effect. Why did the closing of the damper cause the failure of the catalyst? And I think you gave one possible explanation that maybe because of the buildup in the pressure and the material once it was open may have contaminated the catalyst, but you didn't see any delta P difference across the differential pressure across the catalyst. So where's the cause and effect? What would have caused? I'm having a hard time. It was unfortunate what happened there, but why would it have caused failure at the catalyst?
So one of the, and I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. One of the things that we also noted during the course of this event, when the atmospheric damper was opened, the downstream temperature of the SCR bed increased to 1200, almost 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. And our high limit temperature for the SCR catalyst is at 825 degrees Fahrenheit. So having this high temperature excursion could affect the catalyst activity and would definitely can deactivate it. We won't know for sure, I think, until we go in there and we see what the condition of the catalyst is. But we know that high temperature can kill the catalyst. So that is another working theory that we have.
And that actually leads me to my next question. Don't you have, for that kind of situation, don't you have a bypass across the SCR so that you can route, in case the temperature gets too hot, that you can route it?
So
bypass the SCR.
Yeah, interestingly, this happened when we were going directly to atmosphere and bypassing the SCR. It also didn't affect the approach temperature to the SCR catalyst. So typically we would have an interlock where if the approach temperature to the SCR goes up too high, then it would route the gas over to the atmospheric stack, bypassing the SCR essentially. But in this case, what we observed was that the approach temperature to the SCR did not increase. It remained low. It was only the downstream temperature at the outlet of the SCR that had increased. And that didn't have an interlock related to it that would bypass the flue gas away from the SCR.
So there were some cascading failures, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. The catalyst is, what's the operating range for the catalyst, temperature range?
550 to 825 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. And, okay. Now, you mentioned that you have a SEMS, ammonia SEMS also, besides the NOx SEMS?
Yes.
Okay. And, but because of the range is exceeded, you're using the portable analyzer to check on the ammonia concentration, basically in the stack?
Correct.
How tall is your stack?
I am not sure of the number. I can check and get back to you.
Approximately. Okay, it's better if you can get back to me. I'll appreciate that. Yeah. The other question. So. Just bear with me 1 second. I thought I had another question. Oh, yeah. As far as the flow rate, has there been an increase in the flow going through the SCR? Or, I mean, I know you reduced your firing rate and the feed rate into the heater, but prior to that, has there been an increase to the flow rate going to the SCR?
There has not been process changes that would cause an increase in flue gas flow rate coming out going into the SCR. So I would say, no, there has been no increase. We don't have a flow meter for the flue gas coming out of H501, 502. I believe that's calculated, and maybe Howard can correct me on this. But based on the firing rate of what we put into the heater, what we combust in the heater, that has not changed.
The catalyst that you're planning to replace, are you planning to add more catalysts or the same amount?
It would be a replacement in kind, so it'll be the same configuration and same amount, same thickness.
And do you also have an oxidation catalyst before the ammonia? I mean, for the NOx, or just?
We do not, just the SCR catalyst.
Just the SCR catalyst. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Before I see if there's any other questions, I just had one follow-up. You mentioned the positioner arm and that it needed to be replaced. Is that something that should have been and was checked on either the June or the January 2020 turnaround? Do you know?
Yes, if there was any issue with the positioner arm, then we should have been able to see it in the June 2020 timeframe when, operators try to stroke it, it wouldn't have responded the way that they expect it to. And that was not the case in June.
Okay, and that's the usual testing that you would do. Any other testing that gets done on that, or that's the usual schedule of testing?
That would be the normal scheduled testing for the mechanical portion. So the positioner arm, moving and being able to report back accurate values or position is what the operators would do during our shutdowns.
Thank you. Senator, you had a question. I think you have to unmute your microphone. You are muted.
Yeah, Ms. Barato asked a question, stated that next door she lives, maybe to one of these facilities has caused some problem. Now on page 7, item number 13, it does say that there's been community complaints, although no petition has been filed. They have not been cited, but there are community complaints. How many such complaints do you know of?
So for this event, we had one complaint.
Just one?
Yes.
Okay. On page 2, paragraph 4, where you're triggering the events resolved. And for the half of that paragraph, you talk about what the problems are on Sunday, Monday, etc. However, when it's determined that's a problem that had to be addressed that was serious, an instrumentation technician was requested on site to start the troubleshooting process. And during that process, it was determined that the actuator had a problem and had to be replaced. Was that to determine whether or not, as they troubleshoot, they were eliminating problems as they discovered them, or was this one of the main problems at the time? They replaced the actuator.
So what they did was when they came on site, they checked all the systems surrounding the damper operation. So they checked the air supply pressure going to the actuator, which would help move the damper open or close. They cleaned the air filter on that airline to make sure that it's not plugged. They checked the airline itself going to the actuator to make sure that there is enough instrument air to move the damper. So those were all confirmed. And with all of that, we have the actuator left. So they have continued troubleshooting since that initial event. And they looked at the actuator setup. They looked at the positioner for the actuator. And that's how they're able to come to the conclusion that there is a positioner arm that is supposed to tell the actuator what the correct position is. And it was not doing that, essentially.
So they replaced the actuator?
Yeah, so they took the, yes, they did. They used the damper and actuator, the actuator from the old damper that we had from a non-operational unit, and they modified it to fit in the SCR damper.
Then what happened after that point? You still feel?
We're still working on that. I believe that was just done last night. So there's still a lot of, checks to be done to make sure that it is operational. So we haven't, as far as I know, we have not given it over from maintenance to operation for us to try and put it in service.
On Sunday, the 27th is when they discovered all of this.
So they discovered on Sunday that it was the actuator, but there are different parts to the actuator. Following that, we also checked the communication from our control system to the actuator, which is more soft troubleshooting. It's more computer data and not mechanical. while we continue to look at the mechanical portion. And with all of that done, that's how we were able to come to the conclusion that it was the positioner that was not giving us the correct feedback. So that was in addition to what they had initially done on Sunday, the 27th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Pradina? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. I know there were a couple of outstanding, maybe 2 outstanding issues. I think one from each, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta and Mr. Balagopalan. Do you recall if all of your questions had been answered? Oh, Ms. Reichart, did you have questions that you wish to ask? No. Okay. Do you still have outstanding questions either for Ms. Pradina, sorry, Mr. Balagopalan or Ms. Verdugo-Peralta that we were waiting on a break?
I think my question was to be deferred to the other witness.
Okay. Mr.
And mine was on the stack height. It might be on the permit. We don't have the copy of that included in the petition, but.
Okay, we could
We
try
can do
to
a quick check.
Okay, well, and maybe Ms. Pradina, if you could do that while Ms. Gross can introduce the second witness. And if you can come back, we can get that answered.
Okay.
Okay, great. Ms. Gross, then if you can introduce your second witness, and normally I would say let's limit it to good cause, but I think as we said, excess emissions are somewhat, in this case, mixed in together. So why don't you go ahead and do that? And if we move on to the second part, we'll just incorporate.
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Howard Chang, please. Mr. Chang, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Howard Chan. It's last name C-H-A-N-G. Howard is H-O-W-A-R-D.
Thank you. And were you administered the oath today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please tell us what your title and role is at AltAir Paramount?
I'm a senior environmental engineer at the AltAir Paramount.
Okay, thank you. And you're familiar with the rules and permit conditions related to this equipment today?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I know we're going to focus on excess emissions a little bit, but I know you can also speak to the emissions that are associated with shutting down and starting up the equipment as well. And as Chairwoman Prusak noted, this has evolved into a request to be allowed to continue operating until the turnaround, because at the time of the filing of the petition, things were still evolving, although at one point it was, I think you heard testimony, it was 6 weeks to get the catalyst, and now it's sooner. So, you know, with the current emissions, and sorry, before I go to that, I wanted to ask Howard if you could speak to some of the issues that the follow-up questions that we had. So do you know if the ammonia, we were talking about ammonia slip, and what I'm wondering if you can answer is if you're injecting ammonia and it's having no effect on the NOx reduction, would you continue to inject ammonia, or would you stop injecting ammonia?
I think for what we found out when we tried to be in compliance when we closed the dimper after Monday on the 28th, is we start doing injecting ammonia. So typically we inject about 3 pounds per hour of ammonia, but when we start to increase it gradually from 0 to, let's say, about 1 pound, and you start seeing the ammonia exceeding our permit limit. So and then we come in and we back it down we've been trying on Tuesday morning, then we start to increasing. And I think that's when we started, and we also check the analyzer like Gina has already mentioned. So we know the NOx analyzer is reading correctly. So it's now that it gives us the false reading showing we are out of the analyzer span. So, and then we decided to use a portable analyzer. At that time, we know the NOx reading is accurate. And what we found out is if we start injecting on Tuesday, injecting to the normal ammonia injection rate, let's say it's about roughly 3 pounds per hour, we see our ammonia when it went out of our analyzer range, which is we are showing max of 16 ppm, and it also went out of max NOx. But then we took when the portable analyzer reading, it's around, let's say around 17, if I remember correctly. And then the next day, we actually back it off, then to be in compliance with ammonia. So the slip was under 5, which was in compliance. And then we use a portable analyzer, the reading climbed to 25, around 25. That's what we use for our excess emission cal. So that seems to suggest to me that there might be still some life or activity happening in the ACR. It's just not, the control efficiency drops significantly, so we won't be able to comply with the NOx limit. So I guess one of the options is if we district preferred us to control NOx, we can start injecting ammonia, and then we can try to maintain it with a certain limit. They'll probably bring down NOx for a few ppm, and that's what it is. But until we shut down.
Okay.
So that's definitely one of the options. But
Okay,
basically, you're trading ammonia for NOx.
Right. So, and I just wanted to clarify. So if the variance is granted and you're subject to a condition that limits your ammonia injection to 15 ppm, which I understand can be read by your SEMS, that doesn't necessarily mean you are going to inject that much ammonia. Is that correct? That's what I heard you say?
I think what we can do is you can start gradually increasing ammonia injection until you hit, before you hit 15. Personally, we'll probably do like 13 as a target, so you give it some breathing room. And then whatever the NOx level is, that's whatever it is, what you can get. So you'll
Right.
probably be a slight reduction, few ppm of NOx reduction.
Okay.
But there's no guarantee, yeah.
Right. And so if there's no NOx reduction, even with that ammonia injection, would you just opt to lower the ammonia injection so that, in other words, you have some flexibility to adjust depending on whether there's a diminishing return from the ammonia versus the NOx reduction?
Yeah, definitely. If let's say we start injecting a little bit more ammonia and we will be monitoring with a portable analyzer, and we found out if the NOx was a little bit lower than before we start increasing ammonia injection, so we can maintain it at that level. However, if the monitoring show that the let's say assuming a CR the catalyst keep deteriorating, and then the NOx start climbing up to the point just like we saw injecting additional ammonia, then we'll definitely cut it back, because that's common sense. So we'll cut back, because at that point, if you probably doesn't help anything. And the heater does have a low NOx burner. So the last time we tested it, test the NOx level before the ACR, it's about 34 ppm. So that gives us, that's a baseline kind of thing. If let's say if we injecting additional ammonia, you're not still in the 30s, which is typical for a low NOx burner, or the heater with low NOx burner. At that time, I'll definitely suggest that we'll cut back ammonia, because at that time it's not help at all.
Okay. And so the issue with the need for relief on the ammonia condition is mostly to give you operational flexibility so that you can, adjust it to a specified limit, but you may not have to do that. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think it basically depends on the district's preference. You want to control NOx, or you can, I understand the 5 ppm ammonia limit is also on the lower end, because I believe I've seen some other facility that have a higher ammonia limit, some 10, I don't know how high did they go. So I guess there's a decision we have to make now. So I guess if the variance granted.
Right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And you just to follow up on another question that sort of came up, and maybe it's something we need to go back to Gina on. But if you have a catalyst that's 95% fresh versus 100% fresh, would you expect them to perform similarly, such that the reaction allows you to stay within your permit limits, 95% versus 100%?
Yes, I believe so. For instance, because we've been monitoring the NOx and ammonia with our SIN. But before we replace the catalyst, we've been seeing our NOx and ammonia typically around like 4 ppm, between 4 and 5. And during the heat of the day, occasionally you start to creep higher. However, after we change out our SCR catalyst in June, we're typically running below 4 ppm. So that tells me that SCR catalyst is actually in good condition. And right before we shut down, we probably, I can look at the number now if you don't want the exact number, but I believe if my memory serves me right, it's about between 3.5 to 3.8 and 3.5. So which means it's pretty good. And our ammonia is about the same level too. So it was the SCR definitely was operating pretty good prior to the incident, the first incident.
Right. And just to clarify, the limit that's applicable is the 5 ppm limit for NOx and ammonia, correct? Does the permit have some sort of efficiency rating on the catalyst itself?
It doesn't.
Okay,
it doesn't.
Just checking. So 95 versus 100%, which would be a rating. It's not necessarily limited.
I think once you put it in, you will start, you will never be 100% after you start being used. But at a certain point, if you couldn't comply, you would definitely have to replace it. Comply with the limit.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarity on that. And then another follow-up question, although I'm not sure if you were able to talk with the team on following up on whether the school that's nearest to the facility is either in session or is planning to go back in person anytime soon. Did you get the chance to talk with the team about that, Howard?
The answer was actually on the site for AQMD inspection last week, and the school are not in session. So we actually have a high school to the west of the facility. Yes, and our elementary school to the north. And also our team member, actually, they check through the Google search, they confirmed that they are not in session. But I don't know when they will be back in session. I'm not quite sure.
There's no scheduled start date. Do you know?
I haven't heard. I think because Orange County probably started opening out earlier, but not LA County yet.
Right, and you're in LA County, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And we can follow up on that as well, but I just wanted to check. Okay, so going back a little bit to the excess emissions calculations. We submitted along with the petition the excess emissions calculations as Exhibit 2, they're called. But then of course we just updated them or we submitted another exhibit. Can you tell me if the exhibit that we submitted today and that's labeled as Petitioner's Exhibit 4, is that an updated excess emissions calculation?
Yeah, it was based on the data that we have till I believe it's October 1st.
Okay, so that's updated.
Are you planning to share screen on that as well?
Oh, I can share that if that would be helpful.
I think that would be helpful. I know at least the senator hadn't had an opportunity because it was just submitted right before the hearing. I know it's very helpful to have the diagram up before. So as Mr. Chang is testifying regarding excess emissions, it would be very helpful to have that up. Okay, you could do that. And I think you're still, I believe you're still a co-host. I don't think we ever took
Okay.
that way. So you can do that.
Okay, I will go ahead and do
Yes,
that.
that's affirmed, Julie.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Share screen. So Howard, can you please look at this exhibit, which is petitioner's exhibit 4 from earlier today, and just explain what we're seeing in terms of this first table?
And then you may need to make it a little smaller if you want to get both tables.
I'm sorry. Can you see it now?
We can see the first table, fine. The second.
Okay,
table.
yeah, we'll do the second table, I think, in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Howard, are you, can you see it?
Yes.
Or are you there?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Yeah, you have any question
So-
on the Cal?
Yeah, so I guess I just want to go through for the members of the hearing board what this means in terms of the estimated excess emissions during the variance period. Kind of what are we looking at for the NOx emissions, and just explain what the descriptions are. It looks like it's on a pounds per day basis.
Yes.
Okay.
So, basically the maximum permitted emission rate was based on the 5 ppm NOx, and the heater firing rate at the permit limit is 28 million BTU per hour. So that's how you get this 4.09 pounds per hour per day. And before the incident happened, we actually were only operating around 16 million BTU per hour. That's our firing rate. And then when the damper opened, we actually cut to around 15.2. So we've been holding it around that number since. So that emission will give you the 1.49. And that's how, and also the actual measured NOx, which is around 3, not less than 4 ppm. And then, so the next couple, we're trying to estimate what will be the operation when you have I guess the higher NOx, because the CR is not 100% effective. So the mitigated is assuming we didn't cut the firing rate, and then we actually took the portable analyzer reading on the NOx around 25 ppm. That's when we actually are in compliance with the 5 ppm ammonia. And that will give you 11.76 pounds per day. And then with the firing rate that we actually reduced, and then with the same NOx concentration that was measured around 25.7 or 8 at that time. So they give you 11.12 pounds. So then you got this excess emission, basically about anything above the 4.09. So you got 7.66 if we didn't cut firing rate, and you got 7.03 if you cut firing rate.
So 7.03. And I should mention for the benefit of the board that I did not go into questioning about can the firing rate be reduced further, in the good cause part. But if we need to do that, I'm not sure, Howard, if you would be the one to answer that, if that's a question for Gina related to the operations.
I know a little bit, but I think Gina is better to give a better answer.
Okay, so just know that if we need to ask questions about, to my knowledge, this couldn't be reduced further, but we can get testimony on that at another time.
Just to be clear, the 7.03, that's with the amount of the cutting of the firing rate to the current level?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And before we go to the second chart on this page, I just want to preface it by asking a couple of questions. We had heard testimony from Gina about how problematic an additional shutdown of the unit could be prior to October 24th. And I want to go back to that concept and talk about potential emissions associated with the additional shutdown prior to the planned shutdown on October 24th. Howard, is that what this table is right here? The second
Yes.
one that's titled excess emissions. Okay, could you walk us through what that comparison looks like? And this again is just an additional shutdown of the unit before October 24th, as opposed to just letting the unit run and shutting it down, on October 24th with everything else.
So the first number is based on the firing rate around 60 million BTU per hour. That's before we cut the firing rate. And I'm assuming we have 7.66 pounds per day of excess emissions. So I estimated about 25 days of until the October 24th. Then that give you close to 192 pounds. And then if based on the current firing rate, and which is 7.03 pounds per day, and if you excess emission, if you times that for 25, you get 175.75. The last column is based on actual data. Our quarterly flare report. This is the emission that was calculated and reported when we shut down on June 14. That's when we replaced the previous catalyst, or the current batch that's in there. They will actually cause about 12 pounds of NOx emissions from the flaring event. And also you will have result in more than 100 pounds of VOC emissions from flaring incident. So basically it's a trade-off that if we're forced to shut down, you may reduce NOx, you won't have the excess NOx emissions. You will generate definitely more VOC emissions and then potentially some community concern because you flare.
Right. And does your permit allow you certain times to have to exceed the 5 ppm NOx, for example, if you're shutting down or starting up?
When you start up, we have 11 hours allowance for the ACR startup. So basically what it means, when you start up the heater from cold, probably the NOx limit will be the highest. And then when you start getting the right temperature, it may drop to around 30 with a low NOx burner. That's why we tested it before. And then at that time, your ACR temperature may not still at that right temperature. Then you start increasing, then you will drop down to 5. So I guess before that happened, your NOx emission will probably also some excess emission associated with the startup. So my guess is it will be probably a few pounds, but I haven't calculated that yet because you're depending on how soon you can get to the ACR temperature. It'll be based on what assumption you use. Yeah.
Okay, but that's allowed under the permit. It's just that.
Yes.
Okay. And so with the additional shutdown, you have more flaring emissions from that.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And we also heard testimony from Gina earlier about how the renewable diesel is a drop-in fuel replacement for regular diesel, and that essentially your customers can use regular diesel if the renewable fuel isn't available. Is that correct understanding?
Yes, so you can just basically you totally use our diesel in any engine, or you can use conventional diesel. They have the same physical property. Okay,
and so essentially, if customers use regular diesel instead of the renewable diesel, are there other kind of emissions impacts that are not necessarily related to the permit, but may be worth presenting to the board?
Yes,
for that,
I think we did some estimate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to what was labeled as petitioners.
It's also
exhibit.
part of Exhibit 4, it'll be the second page.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
Mhm,
Yes, it's part of Exhibit 4, the second page of that. So Howard, for this one, yeah, could you explain kind of what we're considering here?
So basically, there's a term they call it carbon intensity. That's part of the state AB 32 program, the greenhouse gas program. So basically, what it means is that's the one the CI means. So basically, it means the life cycle greenhouse gas carbon emissions a fuel will generate. And our gas, you can see based on the feed material, we typically get the carbon intensity about 27 gram per CO2 equivalent per million joule of fuel combusted. And then if you use a petroleum diesel, they will be in 100. So I think that's one benefit of our fuel is we help the state to achieve, I guess, the greenhouse gas reduction role. So how this is calculated is we assume on a typical day, our production rate is 125,000 gallons. And with the difference of the carbon intensity, and then, so basically, if the customer had to, because they couldn't get our fuel, they have to either switch to a conventional diesel fuel, or they have to buy the renewable diesel fuel. They are not available because there's only limited capacity, I guess, in this basin. So they will probably either go out of basin or out of state. That will probably generate more transportation emissions. But in any case, let's assume they replace it with the conventional diesel fuel, that probably the cheaper option. And they will, for 4 days shut down. That's the best case if you're only down for 4 days. That will generate close to 4,800 pounds of metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions. So for give you an example, the non-biogenic portion of our greenhouse gas emission from this heater last year was close to around 1,300 pounds. So this will be a couple of times of the annual emissions, non-biogenic emissions from our heater.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And yeah, just to restate, it sounds like if you were not granted the variance and you had to shut down, that would be for the minimum of 4 days. And it sounds like it could be longer if there's an issue. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness, so I will unshare my screen.
Great. And I'll go to Ms. Reichart. There you are. Do you have any questions?
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, I had a few. My first question was with regard, I saw on the excess emissions estimates that there's no emissions estimates for ammonia, due to ammonia slip. The question is, okay, so at the NOx level you have here, I think you said this is based on the high reading you had of 25 ppm, is that correct?
Yes, around that.
Okay. Do you know what the ammonia slip was at the level of 25 ppm NOx?
It's below 5. This is when we are in compliance with the ammonia limit. We cut back ammonia.
Okay.
Probably around 3 or 4, but I have to check.
So I want to understand, do you know or have enough information to determine that if you were trying to reduce that NOx level lower by greater injection of ammonia, and you went up to 15 ppm or 13, I know you said that might be a safe level, but if you got to that level of 13 or 15, what might we see in the difference in NOx? I just want to understand the trade-off a little better.
When we took a reading, when we are still trying to inject ammonia to the level before the shutdown, we see a NOx limit reading about 17, but at that time, our ammonia, it's out of the scale. So I guess realistically, if we try to inject it below 15, for example, so the reading in theory probably somewhere between 17 and 28, for example. But we won't know until we actually start doing that for sure. And that's also assuming the catalyst doesn't deteriorate any further, so we maintain the same kind of a minimal activity till we shut down. But
so that I understand, so you're talking about, okay, unmitigated on this chart of NOx is 11.7 something. You're saying that your estimate is if you were to, it would go up if you raise the ammonia? I'm trying to understand.
Oh no, if we go on ammonia, the NOx reading will come down, and your excess, so the number will be down from 11.12 pounds per day. But then you have additional excess ammonia emission.
But this was the readings that you saw when you kept ammonia slip below the 5 ppm.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't expect NOx to be any higher than this. I'm sorry.
Because this is just the one reading we took.
Yeah. That was the wrong question. That was the wrong question. No, yeah, that you would, this was, okay, so you have the ammonia down. So NOx, if you raise ammonia, you would only see the NOx coming down from this number. Is that correct? Just so I understand.
Yeah, that's what we anticipated.
Okay. All right. The other question I had is with regard to the second chart that you showed us, which was the comparison to if you were to shut down for, say, a minimum of 4 days and you were flaring. The VOCs, what are the constituents of that? What in particular would we see?
Because basically, when you shut down, you have all those fuel gas, I guess the hydrocarbon in your system, you have to release them. So, and then the way to control the VOCs, you send it to a flare, so you burn, they got destroyed, most of them. Typically, our process when compared to the typical petroleum refinery is when they burn, they have VOC, they probably have some benzene, BTAX, or more cost, higher health risk. But because of our renewable process, we don't have BTAX, we don't have this benzene. So our fuel gas is mainly in propane. So we do still have VOC emissions because the flare didn't destroy 100% of them. But at least when compared to a typical refinery, they're probably less toxic in the flare. But this is the emission that's uncontrolled will be emitted based on our last shutdown.
So less toxic, so you won't see benzene, or you would see benzene?
We won't. Our fuel gas doesn't have benzene.
Does not have benzene. Okay, so you don't anticipate that the VOCs are highly toxic?
No, but it will be VOC emission.
Okay, but not of a benzene or something similar, or something comparable, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay, you would not see that. Okay, those were my questions. Board members, additional questions? Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chang, you mentioned that the schools, you were checking for the date, or checking currently if schools were in session or not. How long ago was that done?
I was on site last week, and then also I think our team member, they text me, say they check online, they are not in session right now.
How long ago? Today?
They check right now, yes.
And what was the finding today? I know that
They
they're
are not in session.
not in session, but was there any information that you sought to see when they're supposed to come back into session? Because this particular week, it's almost like a magic week that all of the 4 counties are looking at opening. For instance, in Riverside County, they're establishing the date of the 20th. So what about the other, in your county, LA, do you know what the projection for the start date is?
I heard that probably not for this quarter or semester, but I don't want to say I know it for sure because I don't have a kid at that age.
I have a kid in LA. We're behind everyone else.
Okay.
And we can, I'm sorry, we can bring back Gina or take a 5-minute because there's a to check the status because one of the team members was checking that just now, asking for that. So if we need to, we can take a break.
And my other, I still remain concerned about that ammonia slippage and also almost, I don't even want to say this, almost a laissez-faire attitude towards, okay, well, we're going to put more ammonia to reduce the NOx. I'm really concerned about how much more ammonia are you going to utilize to get the NOx down to the point that that amount of ammonia becomes a problem. Do you know what that would be?
I have to be honest, I really don't know, but I know some ACR, they actually have an ammonia limit of 10 ppm, and some may even have higher, because I've been part of the rule development for the command and control room that's upcoming for when the reclaim sunset. So, and 5 ppm is relatively kind of one of the lowest ammonia limits. So like I said, potentially if we can go up to 10 ppm or even 15 ppm, you might reduce a little bit of NOx, I guess, but then that's just a decision we have to make here and to see if we really want to focus on limiting the ammonia or we want to try to the extent possible to reduce the NOx emission a little bit. But back to your question, I think maybe 10 ppm is still a safe ammonia level because I've seen that at least that slip level in some of the ACR in other facilities.
Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, Mr. Chang, going back a little bit on, I think Ms. Pradina said that you do the calculation when the atmospheric stack damper is open.
Yes.
The excess, the emission. So there is no flow meter or any SEMS on that particular stack, correct?
That's correct. The SEM is on the ACR stack. So
and
when the damper open, how we calculate is because we have this like the source test data, with the low NOx burner on this heater, the NOx reading last time when we tested is around 34. So if I have to calculate the excess emission when the damper open, we always use that number because that's a tested
and how do you know how long it's open? And
all this, I guess this is all electronic device. We have the process information system, so all those are real-time monitors, so we can get real-time data. So when every time, let's say, if you have a damper positional switch, when the position changes, you will send this, I guess, the signal. You will detect it. It'll go to your PI system. We also have a Delta V system. Gina, can you elaborate more on that? But in any ways, we can actually get that right now, right away. And that's same for our SEMS analyzer reading. It's actually feed into this data acquisition system. So basically you can sit in front of a computer and pull those data. Or historical data as well.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer. Now, what about when let's say the SCR damper is working properly or it's now manual, it's fully open. But if you had to bypass the SCR because the temperature has gone high, and then I think according to Ms. Pradina, if that goes then back to the atmospheric stack, right? If you bypass the SCR unit?
Yes.
And then how do you know how much is going, or is it a percentage of the flue gas is recirculated there? How do you calculate that emission?
As a worst case, I assume 100% go to the stack, and then I will use the measure the firing rate, and then calculate the stack flow rate, and then times the 34, roughly close to 34 ppm of tested NOx concentration without SCR control.
Okay.
So that would be
let-
your emission as a worst case.
Okay, that's good. Let me just go back to the chart in Exhibit 4 real quick. I'm looking at the second table. That the first two rows, the emissions is for the duration of 25 days, right? You got.
Yes.
How about the flare? Is that,
The flare, it just
flare?
you will probably last a day.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The flaring probably will happen around a day when you shut down, and then after all this, I guess VOC gases in your system are flushed out, and you can safely shut down, depressurize the unit, and you can shut down.
My question is that the 11.64, the emissions of NOx from the flare, if you're flaring it but due to let's say you had to shut down because the board said no, you know, whatever the reason, that 11.64, is that a daily emission or is it?
That's from the one flaring incident that we had last time.
I know, but since we're comparing apples to apples, is that because here the emissions for the duration, is this incident is based on how many hours? Is just 1 day, or what duration was that? So are we looking at the same 25 days emission to do the comparison, or you're saying just for the 4 days?
What I mean is when you shut down, you probably flare for the first day, and after that, there will be no flaring emissions other than your typical natural gas, they call it purge gas or pilot gas. So that was actually from the shutdown, the additional shutdown one time. You have a constant emission, so it's probably, you can say it's a day.
Oh, okay.
And
so
then after that, there'll be no flaring emission because you already burned out the gases in your system.
Oh,
The pressure,
okay.
you depressurize, yeah.
Okay, so that's a one-time emission that you
Yes.
get if you shut down the.
Yes, you flare one time.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is that all your questions, Mr. Vogel?
Yes, I have no further questions. Yes.
Okay. Senator, did you have questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had one other I forgot to ask.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Mr. Chang, so if you were going to add more ammonia, you can calculate the ammonia slip, the daily ammonia emissions, correct?
Yes.
Beyond the 5 ppm.
Yes, we can calculate that. Yes.
And you would report that as PM10 or?
No, we only reported that's the excess ammonia emissions because we don't know what the PM emissions will be because I don't think there's a known conversion. Yeah, at least I don't know how to calculate that.
But you can,
yeah, but,
if let's say the slip is 12 ppm, you can calculate the excess emission pounds per day of ammonia slip.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And the reason you didn't show this here because right now you're keeping it at below 5, so there's no excess emission.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there additional questions? Senator, did you have questions?
No.
No? Okay. Anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Chang? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chang, for your, I'm looking at
I'm
the
sorry,
time.
can I just ask one more question?
Yes.
Just to redirect a little bit, when you flare, do you get complaints or does the community get concerned at all, Howard?
We usually will get a complaint, but that doesn't mean that we did anything wrong. I guess because when you flare, you will see the flame, and then the community they got concerned. They thought something went wrong, so that's why they always come. They may always complain or go to social media to start chatting about it. They saw something happening, but in reality, it's actually nothing is wrong. Just you have to burn those gases.
Right. So it's something that you're doing pursuant to your applicable permit limits and rules, but you're not, okay, but the community still comments. And then one other follow-up I just wanted to check. So you said that in some of the command and control reclaim rules, you're seeing that in the rule, there's actually a 10 ppm ammonia limit.
No,
for
that's
SCRs
actually
or-
the current limit from some of the facility that has 10 ppm.
Okay,
Yeah, limit.
okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me that,
Yeah.
that question.
Sure. Okay. Is that all of your witnesses on good calls, Ms. Cross?
Yes, unless you would like to bring Gina back to follow up on any of the questions like the stack height or anything.
Is that, do you need that, Mr. Balagopalan, for a good cause before we move on to the next phase?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I do have that number we checked, and the stack is at 70 feet for height.
How many? 70 feet?
70 feet, correct.
Gina, just to follow up again on another item.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Pradina, can you then turn on your camera?
yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up did someone contact the school today to find out about return time? And if so, what did you learn?
Yes, we had someone call the school. We have Wirtz School and we have the Paramount High School across the street. Both of them are not in session currently, and there is no return date on their websites either. So no scheduled return time yet for both of those schools.
Okay. Thank you. And that was determined today.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have, actually, I do have one follow-up question related to testimony we heard. We heard that a shutdown could be 4 days, best case scenario. If you were to do the full inspection of all of the SCR related equipment as you intend to do October 24th, could that take longer than 4 days?
Absolutely. It would take multiple additional day on top of the 4 days that we quoted just for SCR Catalyst. And that doesn't account for the potential that, we may have a finding or we need to find an expert or get, help in order to, fix whatever issues we may have or findings we may have with those other systems.
Okay, so if you're forced to shut down before October 24th, you may be shut down for longer than 4 days, and you may not be able to do the full investigation that you intend to do on
Correct.
the catalyst from, okay. And we heard that it was about $750,000 per day of unplanned shutdown.
Yes.
Okay.
750,000. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just clarify that before we end the good cause.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Mr. Balagopalan.
And 3 days for 4 days.
Just a follow-up for Ms. Pradina. If you were to shut down for the 4 days, let's assume 4 days, you would still do the shutdown during the planned turnaround period still for
Yes, correct.
other reason. So that the missions then from startup will be, we didn't get a number, and I think I'd like to go back to Howard Chen to get an idea what's the startup emissions are, unless you have it.
I'm sorry, I think I lost your audio for a bit. Would you repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, no, what would be the startup emissions? Because I think there's a period of 3 to 5 hours when it doesn't go through the SCR. What would be the startup emissions?
I think Howard would maybe be better fit to answer that question, but with, an additional shutdown, it would be double of the startup emissions since we are doing more than, or the additional shutdown.
And Ms. Cruz, if we can go back to Howard, if we're done with Ms. Pradina, I'd like to get that in.
We can do that. Mr. Chang, are you still available?
Yes, let me try to calculate it right now.
And if before you answer, if you can turn back on your video as well.
All right, so I have to switch back to the app. Give me a minute, please. All right. So I'm trying to calculate it right now. Give me a minute.
We can give Mr. Chang a moment, and let me just ask Ms. Reichart, just for timing purposes, whether, Ms. Reichart, if you intend to introduce any witnesses for good cause.
No.
Okay.
And then if I could just interject for our timing planning purposes, I have an obligation from 1 to 1:30 that I have to attend to. So I cannot be on the hearing for that half hour.
Okay, so then we'll wait. I was wondering when we would break for lunch, so then we'll wait at least till 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
You think we can finish up?
No, I'm not sure we can, because once we vote on good cause, we then proceed to anything we need to do on the merits.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
So it will probably about 10 pounds of NOx emission during the startup addition.
10 pounds
Yes,
per day. I mean, to start up excess emission.
yes, yes.
Is that excess above what you're allowed to do on startup, or is that total?
That's because then you couldn't go to the ACR. That would be, you're allowed to do, but you actually generate more emission because you're not going to ACR when you start up versus you're continuing operating you know.
And what about other pollutants, PM?
That I don't know.
But there would be other pollutants on startup?
Yes, I believe you are, because you're here, it's probably not as effective when you started out, so you probably generate slightly more, but I don't think there's any published, I guess, a methodology or whatever to estimate a difference between the PM emission factor, I guess, between your normal operation versus your startup mode. I think it's generally consensus you would definitely generate more PM when you just started out the code.
Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Balagopoulos?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, board members, that we need answered before we proceed with, before we move to deliberations? Anything else you need to know on good cause? Any other questions on good cause? Okay. Thank you very much. So then we're going to, well, since this is an emergency, we don't have members of the public, so I'm not going to ask for that. Ms. Gross, would you like to give us a closing on good cause before we proceed to deliberate on that?
Yes, thank you. I will be brief. I believe that you've heard testimony that good cause exists here. Your guidelines specifically encourage quick filing of a petition when it's apparent that an emergency variance is going to be needed. And so that is one of the reasons that things are continuing to evolve. And for example, the excess emissions were updated. But at the time the petition was drafted, the petitioner believed that the damper situation was basically resolved by the manual override, and they were continuing to, they would have expected that the SCR would have functioned and performed as it had beforehand. I believe you heard testimony that in the post, the events aftermath, when they were doing the troubleshooting, it was only afterwards that they realized that there was actually a temperature exceedance, although it wasn't even bypassing it was bypassing the SCR and going to the atmosphere. So I think it was still a surprise that the catalyst would have been damaged, as you heard. This was not something that was apparent even with the initial breakdown incident. And it's part of the root cause analysis and troubleshooting that they're continuing to do on many fronts, as you've heard. And so I believe that given the circumstances between first the damper being a sort of a discrete issue and setting into effect a chain of events that they learned afterwards apparently compromised the SCR catalyst, they've acted very diligently in exploring all different options and trying to expedite delivery of the product, and that they're still in the process of needing to better understand the implications of this damper event. And that will not be fully understood if they're forced to shut down now and quickly replace the catalyst, because they won't have the expertise on site that they will on October 24th. If forced to shut down now, I believe you've heard testimony that the best case scenario is 4 days, and that does not necessarily include the full exhaustive analysis that should really be done in this case, because as it's clear, things have shown up sort of day by day, and if they're allowed to do the full analysis and take everything out and have the expertise on site, it's much more likely that they will be able to start up, well, they fully expect to start up in compliance with the new catalyst. And they've been diligent in both the investigation, in the troubleshooting, in the filing of the variance petition, and getting, you know, a hearing date today, and are continuing to operate on a curtailed basis to reduce the emissions during the variance period, which would be until the October 24th shutdown. And you've also heard that the amount of harm could be at minimum $3 million of lost revenue and product from a 4-day shutdown, and it could be even longer. And you've also heard that they have some degree of flexibility, for example, with the ammonia, and that it's really a trade-off. They need some operational flexibility to adjust the ammonia if they continue operating, but that it would be, if the variance is granted, within reasonable limits. And in addition to the $3 million of harm minimum, it could be longer, again, because they are unlikely to be able to do the full comprehensive analysis. So with that, I would respectfully request that good cause be found in light of the efforts that they've taken so far, and that they intend to continue to take as if the variance is granted.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Ms. Reichart, you're closing on good cause.
Thank you. So I understand it seems like there's some concerns about the timing of compliance, but coming into compliance, but I don't think that needs to be considered at this stage for the finding of good cause. And I do believe that they have made the findings necessary for a finding of good cause. So for that reason, the district is not opposed to the finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, board members, we're going to now have a deliberation over good cause. And again, those are the findings we need to make in our, that we have laid out in our rules and procedures of the hearing board. And if, would anybody like to begin that deliberation and conversation as to whether you believe, given the findings we need to make, that good cause does exist? If not, I can begin, and then Mr. Balagopalan, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I believe we can find good cause. And I think they were diligent when they had that, calling the breakdown, when they had that, the bypass system was not open and was shut down. And then they realized there was a problem, they called it a breakdown. And then when they thought they went to the manual override, and then the cascading event, which was the high the NOx emissions, were due to the SCR, potentially due to maybe, we don't know for sure, but maybe the excursion of the hot gas going and damage the catalyst. And so it looks like the effectiveness of the catalyst is compromised, because if they're saying they've been increasing the ammonia injection, but they're really not getting the same type of reduction you would expect with NOx. So, but then again, the second time it happened, they again called it a breakdown. So at least on that part, they were diligent in doing that and troubleshooting and taking all the steps to troubleshoot and identify what the root cause is. And the question is whether we can, I mean, we could say no, shut down now, check the catalyst and see, but I think Grass made a good point that, I think Ms. Pradina, that they won't have everybody there, the expertise to find out exactly what else is wrong, maybe only looking at the catalyst may not be sufficient to resolve the issue. So for those reasons, I believe we can, at least I find good cause because they were diligent in calling it down, calling the breakdown and following through and taking the necessary steps to resolve the issue. And also the fact that while they could have injected higher ammonia, they chose to keep it at 5 or below 5. Because I think they probably saw that even injecting more ammonia, they were not getting the reduction that you would get, and they would definitely over the 5 ppm limit for NOx anyhow. Also, the other point, while I don't have the reason I asked for the stack height, and I know Ms. Verdugo-Peralta was concerned about if they increase the ammonia slip, the stack height and the temperature, I'm assuming the exit temperature about 650 or so, would help with the 70-foot stack, would help in dispersing the emissions to a larger area. So the dilution will be there from the effective stack height, basically. But I'm not saying that's a solution to the problem, but at least on the immediate area in the neighborhood will not feel, I believe, unless you verify through modeling, the impact of the additional excess ammonia. So that with the stack height and the high temperature, there's going to be the dispersion of that.
And again, we'll get more into that and into conditions too, if we make it through to the merits. And I think all good points. And I believe good cause, and again, for the public, the good cause is good cause to proceed on the merits in absence of notice to the public. And I also think that I can make the good cause findings. Obviously, the first finding, there is already a violation in regards to the NOx. And I think it's a good point, Mr. Balagopalan, that they're trying to only at this point be in violation of NOx and trying to at least keep ammonia under control. And I think that definitely lends towards their the goodwill in which they're trying to deal with this issue. The next finding, I think, which is very close to beyond reasonable control, but could not reasonably have been avoided by a petitioner, even going back to the original issue, which caused the catalyst to essentially not seem to work any longer, the damper issue. I think through questions and answers, I think we have established through the testimony that there have been 2 very recent turnarounds and inspections of that equipment, both in January and June of this year, and that no problems had been found. And so I don't believe that they could have foreseen that there would have been this problem, including with apparently what went wrong, which was the positioner arm. That too had been tested, and apparently no issues had been found as recently as June. And then as far as the catalyst itself, we understand that it was just recently placed in June of this year. Normally they last for 3 to 5 years, dependent upon the individual catalyst, I guess, and the degree to which it's used. But in any event, this catalyst was not brand new, but it had been used for 3 months. So it should have been expected to have a lot of useful life left. It was working up until the incident with the damper, which tends to show, aside from also it had been tested, that it was something that could not have been avoided. So I believe with all of that, we can make that finding as well. I do believe they are very diligent. Usually when we hear this much troubleshooting and placing purchase orders and getting catalysts, usually we don't see a petitioner coming this quickly to both petition for relief and then having the hearing at the first available date. Because if you file on Wednesday, we didn't get the papers until Thursday, and then Tuesday. Today is the first hearing date. So, and I think from Sunday to Wednesday, that's a very quick turnaround, given everything that had happened in the interim. So I can definitely find diligence. And then finally, a denial of the variance would result in definitely an unreasonable and unavoidable adverse impact in terms of the $3 million minimum that would be lost from the unplanned shutdown. It might not even, I think it's unreasonable because we don't know. They don't know for sure it's the catalyst. That's what they suspect, but it could be something else. They're not going to even know if they shut down. So we could create that shutdown, have additional emissions as a result of that shutdown and flaring, and maybe not even get to the bottom of it. So I think everything is covered in terms of good cause. Other thoughts on good cause and our findings? Dr. Bernstein. You are muted. Dr. Bernstein, you are muted. You have to unmute yourself.
It's rare that I'm on mute. So I just wanted to say that the excellent summations by my colleagues reinforce my perspective that a good cause has been demonstrated, that there is persuasive evidence as such, and that I will be voting to affirm that good cause has been established. Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had concerns about the discussion that we have had today, but I do find that they are trying to do their best. And the big factor for me is the fact that if we do wait until the 24th for them to get all of the experts there to be able to tell them exactly what is happening is, I think, the biggest argument for me to be able to find good cause amongst the other issues regarding good cause. I was concerned that maybe there could be unintended consequences with the ammonia as they're trying to reduce the NOx. However, with the statements of Mr. Chang, I believe that they have they have a good eye on it and they are going to keep that in check. That being said, of course, I'm concerned about the sensitive receptors because between now and the 24th, we don't know whether the unified school districts are going to be opening up or not.
And let me just say to you one thing. We're not done. And once it sounds like we have the votes, it sounds like we have the votes for good cause to move to our next phase. We're going to be discussing the conditions in the next phase, and that's where we're going to talk a lot about, a little bit more at least, about ammonia and NOx trade-offs. So we're not done with that yet. So you will still be able to have that answer.
Good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I just lost my train of thought when you said that, but oh, I know. Okay, everybody knows that I am very much for new technologies, and I've been working on new technologies for over 20 years with the AQMD and other agencies, ARB, Department of Energy, etc. And I welcome the fact that they are attempting to bring a product that's going to overall, the big picture is overall, they're going to reduce emissions with cleaner diesel, which used to be an oxymoron. But the fact that they are on the forefront, they're really on the forefront of producing this product of cleaner diesel. So for all those reasons, I believe I can find good cause.
Okay, and I'm just going to wait because we lost the senator for a moment, and I want to make sure before a motion is made. Okay. Any other thoughts on good cause before a motion is made? On good cause to hold the hearing in absence of notice to the public? Okay. Oh, Senator, you have been muted. I did mute you just now.
I'm muted now.
There you go.
I can find good cause because I was told what good cause really is. And 2.5 pages of the petition, a lot, this description over and over again. That's why there should be a good cause. And I concur. I might say, however, that if you shut down and start up, you increase emissions. So you want to do that repeatedly. And you're also going to have an adverse effect, according to what's described here, on the performance of the system. And so, yes, good causes, good cause, and should be granted.
Thank you. And Ms. Pradina did actually in her testimony also repeat that. So that was good to add that there is that wear on the system if you repeatedly shut down and start up. Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, did you want to do the motion for a finding of good cause? It's up to you.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can do that. I take it. So in the matter of AltAir Paramount LLC, case number 2914-127 for the facility located at 14700-08 Downey Avenue in Paramount, I think we can find good cause to move forward with the hearing for the emergency variance. I think for all the reasons that you stated, this making the 6 findings. So I think, yes, so I make the motion that we can find good cause and move forward with the hearing.
I will second that motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Senator, how do you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. And Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, there's not a lot that remains, and I'm wondering the consensus that we would like to try to finish before we lose Ms. Reichart at 1 to 1:30 and see, and if we don't finish, we'll take our lunch at 1. Board members, do you feel able? We should take a short break though. At least we haven't taken a break in a number of hours. So let's take maybe a 5 or 10 minute break. And then we'll come back and try to finish this up. That makes sense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So it is now 12:33. Let us take no more than let's say a 7-minute break. We come back at 12:40, ready to go. And again, please don't leave the meeting and just mute your microphone if you don't want to be heard. And we'll come right back and hopefully finish before 1 o'clock. And if not, we'll take our lunch then. Okay, we're off the record. Okay, it's 12:40. I'm just seeing if petitioner is back. If I see you, Rosalind. If Ms. Gross is back. Oh, I see Dr. Bernstein is not back yet. We'll give him a minute. We never see you, Paul. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we are back on the record, and we are now proceeding with the second part of our hearing today, which is the hearing on the merits and a discussion of the 6 findings that we need to make for the emergency variance. And before we start, I just wanted to ask the parties if you agree to incorporate all of the evidence and testimony that was received in the first part of the hearing today. Ms. Gross, you agree? No objection.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Freikhart? No
Yeah.
objection. Okay. All right, then we can proceed from that. And of course, we received most of the evidence we need to make most of the findings, including, I think, beyond reasonable control, which is always the hardest. Almost always. And of course, the violation, although I do have one more question on that, but there were some open questions. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna shut the door to my office. Oh, it is shut, no. Just loud noise in the hallway, sorry. Okay, but we also, I think we're gonna need to talk a little bit about the proposed conditions and hear a little bit more testimony about that and the trade-off in emissions and a couple of other unanswered questions. So Ms. Gross, would you like to do an opening statement on the 6 findings or skip that? It's up to you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and skip that in the interest of time, and we can get right to testimony on the 6 findings.
Thank you. And same question, except I think we'd like to know the position of the district at the very least.
Subject to compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gross, is there, would you like to introduce a witness with any outstanding testimony you wish to give?
Yes, I'd like to bring Gina Pradina back very briefly, just to touch base on a couple of questions related to, I think, as you said, we've touched on beyond reasonable control and the violation. I want to just touch on curtailment a little bit more because, as you've heard, the feed rate or the heater firing rate has been curtailed. Gina, I don't see the video. Oh, okay, thank you. So I just wanted to touch on a little bit more to make sure we cover the question of your efforts to curtail. So we heard earlier that you curtailed the heater firing rate beginning on Sunday, and you've continued operating with this curtailed rate. Can you just briefly tell us what the constraints are with curtailing this rate any further? Or is it curtailed to the maximum extent feasible, and why?
At this point, we do have a minimum heater firing duty for the burner itself in H501. So if we were to go any lower, even from the burner design specs or rate or parameters, it would reduce the heater combustion efficiency. So as we go down, you may have more incomplete combustions and all the other issues associated with, less fuel going into the burners.
Okay.
And it's also the same case for the process side. I didn't know if you were asking about that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, that makes sense to me. Okay, so and just to confirm, are you familiar with the latest version of the conditions that were circulated this morning from the district?
Yes.
And would you agree to abide by those conditions as they're written now? If
Yes.
the variance is granted? Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Okay, Ms. Reichart, do you have any questions for Ms. Pradina on the testimony she just gave?
No questions.
Okay,
No questions.
okay, I have a question.
Believe, believe.
Excuse me?
Fine.
Senator, did you have questions or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, I have a question for Ms. Pradina. In terms of looking at the petition on page 6, item number 9, where the rules from which you're seeking a variance are listed, I noticed that in addition to 203B, 2004 F1, and 3002 C1 with regard to the permit conditions, you also have listed 202C, which I understand is for permit to construct. Do you need that?
I apologize. I think that's my inadvertent inclusion.
Okay,
I
so
will-
we can take that out of the request?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Yes.
I was looking at,
There's no,
they're both permits to operate. They are permits to operate. Okay. All right, so then we will remove that. Thank you. I did continue to have a question, but I don't know, I don't believe it will be for Ms. Pradina. I'm not sure. I might have it for a district witness, and I don't know if we'll have a district witness, but with regard to that condition, let me find it now. Oh, condition 1B, which regards the requirement to reduce NOx emissions to the maximum extent feasible without exceeding 15 ppm. I'm not sure that that's desirable. I don't know if, from what we heard so far in the testimony, at 5 ppm, which is not exceeding ammonia slip.
Empty this. All the girls coming.
We heard,
Leave it like that.
that excess emissions of NOx were 11.7 something pounds per day. I'm just trying to figure out, is that what we want as the condition, or would we prefer to keep ammonia slip down? And let me start with Ms. Reichart. Would you be able to present a witness that would give the district's opinion on that?
Yes, I have one available on the call right now. So as soon as we're done with petitioner's witness, I can bring that witness on.
Okay, thank you. And I had other questions on the conditions, but I think I asked them already. Okay,
Ms. Brzezak,
yes,
I do have a question for the witness, Ms.
yes,
Bridget.
please, go ahead.
When you're doing the turnaround, the SEMS and the stack, they are not affected, right? They still be operating during the shutdown period?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the 6 findings from any board members that you have not had the answer to? Okay. So then I would assume, Ms. Grassi, you don't have to introduce another witness. Did you want to?
I could introduce Howard if you'd like to ask the question about the ammonia.
I would
Or I'll
prefer,
defer.
oh, I'm sorry. I prefer to
Yeah.
ask the district, and then if it comes out of that the district would prefer to have a different condition, then we would come back, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ms. Reichart, if you could introduce a witness for that would be the only outstanding question that I still have, and we can go to board members too.
Okay. The district hall is Yan Yang. Could you please unmute?
Yes, let me turn on the video too.
Perfect. Great. Hi.
Hi.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Yan Yang, Y-A-N-Y-A-N-G.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, and what is your position at the district?
I'm the permit engineer. Assigned facility is AltAir.
Okay. And then did you hear the chairwoman's question regarding the ammonia slip limit and its correlation with the NOx limit? Could you discuss how you guys decided on the 15 parts per million ammonia slip?
Okay. Based on our experiences with the hearing board, we did try to, for other cases, other facility, we did try to trade the ammonia emission, NOx emission with ammonia emission. And I also did a quick calculation based on firing rate and 15 ppm NOx, there will be 0.1 pounds per hour increase, which
sorry,
is.
I just want to clarify, you mean the 15 ppm ammonia?
Yes, yes, ppm ammonia, and there will be 0.1 pound per hour emission, which will not result in any impact based on the 1401 risk calculation. So we based on, so we try to ask the testing to minimize NOx emission to the minimum point and allow them having a little bit more ammonia slip.
And then will there be any PM emissions with that increased ammonia slip limit?
I think they will be very minimum based on their fuel gas, which is their refined fuel gas generated from their renewable fuel. They won't be SOx content in the refining fuel.
Okay. And then have you calculated by chance the difference in what we estimate the NOx emissions would be at the 15 ppm ammonia slip versus the 5 ppm ammonia slip?
No, we don't have information. I'm not clear on how much NOx can be reduced still based on adjusting the ammonia rates, injection rates. So a few ppm, I don't know, a few pounds NOx.
Is it your opinion that it would be on balance, that it would be better to allow up to the 15 ppm ammonia slip in order to maximize the NOx reductions? Or do you think we should change it? Because we can change it if we're in agreement there.
I would recommend stay with the condition, but do keep good eye on the ammonia slip, and don't, if there's no NOx reduction, then we need to minimize the ammonia slip as well.
So are you proposing a modification to the condition that would have them monitoring the NOx reductions with a higher ammonia slip and making adjustments, or?
No, I'm not proposing changing the condition.
Okay.
Right, but just they have tried to see if the ammonia will increase the NOx emission or decreasing NOx emission. I think they have done that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll turn it over to the board because I know, so you guys can maybe parse that a little bit further, but I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Gross, did you have any questions before?
I don't have questions. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for myself, given the first part of the testimony. I see Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, Ms. Yang, did I hear you correctly when you said you did a calculation and looked at 1401 analysis and the ammonia emissions at 15 ppm will still meet the screening threshold? Is that what are you trying to do? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did a calculation based on their firing rate at 15 million BTU and 15 ppm ammonia. And it turned out there will be 0.1 pound per hour emission for ammonia, and 1401 limit for tier 1 assessment is 0.7 pound per hour. Based on that, they should pass their tier 1 risk assessment.
And that's for the stack height and the
No,
closest receptor?
No, just this is the tier 1.
Oh, the screening, the worst case. Okay. All right. So, but you heard testimony that they, adding additional ammonia, there seem to be they're not getting the benefit of NOx reduction in adding more ammonia, except causing more slip.
If adding more ammonia will just cause the slip, then no.
So do you have an issue if the board were to reduce the number? It's 3 times what the permit limit is at 15 ppm. 5 ppm is the limit. And if so, do you have a recommendation of a number for I have one, but I wanted to hear from you if you think there's a lower number that would be more appropriate.
So we can, I don't know, this at 15 ppm doesn't seem to cause risk, but probably not going to, I don't oppose to just keep at 5 ppm without violation the limit.
If I were to propose a condition for 10 ppm, would you see any problem with that?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, and then we should probably bring on one of the witnesses from petitioner to see if there's agreement on that 10 ppm in terms of, well, whether you agree with that level of flexibility. And understanding that in 2 minutes we lose Ms. Reichart, but then we'll come back.
I can bring on Mr. Howard Chang again to speak to that.
Okay, let's see if we can get that answer, and then we'll go off and come back for deliberation and any other cleanup we have.
Howard, are you on video? Oh, we have another question on the board.
Oh.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Could we answer that first, and then because we have to get off at 1, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, we'll come back. We'll have other questions.
Okay. So Howard, did I lose your video? I just wanted to ask.
Actually, I had some difficulty. Sorry, I apologize. I'm using my iPhone for video. It stopped working. So.
Oh, okay. Is it okay if we ask the question without video, Chair?
This one question, sure.
Okay. Howard, is it acceptable if the condition were to change to be a 10 ppm ammonia slip for that condition 1B? Reduce NOx emissions to the maximum extent feasible without exceeding 10 ppm ammonia slip. Is that acceptable?
Of course.
Is that a yes? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Given the time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go take our lunch break while Ms. Reichart takes her other commitment from 1 to 1:30. So would 1:45 be enough for you, Ms. Reichart, to do what you need to do and come back?
Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna take a lunch break and we're gonna come back with, I know Ms. Verdugo-Peralta had additional questions. Other board members might think of questions. We'll come back at 1:45, clean up any additional questions we have and testimony, give closing statements, and we will deliberate at that time. Okay, thank you. So we are off the record. Again, please don't leave the meeting. Make sure you mute your microphone if you don't want to be overheard. And we'll see you back at 1:45. We're off the record. So I think we're just going to wait for Ms. Verdugo-Peralta and also to make sure Ms. Reichart is back before we proceed and go back on the record. You don't have to unmute.
I'm here. I'm sorry. It's utter chaos here, so I keep turning off my video to avoid distractions. But I'm here.
We do understand the chaos. That's nice chaos.
I'm not always complaining. I mean, that was a very nice interruption.
And I see we have
all look like that.
No, they don't look like that ever in my house. Anyway, but my distraction's 14 now. Okay, so it looks like we have all the board members back and the parties are back. So we'll go back on the record, and where we left off was if there were any other, when we left off, we had, I think, Ms. Pradina, I think, was on, but do board members have any other questions? I know we also heard from Mr. Yang. Any other questions before we can proceed to closing statements? Oh, right, Ms. Pradina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question, I was trying to ask it when Ms. Yang was there. So can I ask her, or is she gone?
I'm here.
Yeah, she's here.
I just didn't see. So you had said that you were talking about the ammonia, and in regards to the increments of ammonia is where I'm real concerned, because if we're going 15 to 10 to 5, what does that really mean as far as emissions are concerned? I mean, I heard you say that there was not a calculation. Did I hear that right?
I did a quick calculation. There is calculation.
What if, and you tell me if it's possible, if you had a table, let's say from 5 to 15, that would show us what the various emissions would be, because I truly believe that in that one page that our chairwoman was looking at, and I think that was 1B, item 1B, right? I think that there needs to be a little bit more specificity there. I would like to know what the ratio is between whatever 5 ppm is, 10 ppm is, 15 ppm is, to give us a better idea of what is acceptable. And I would like to know what that ratio would be, because to me, that ammonia slippage is possible. And I want to get rid of the question about it. I would rather be more comfortable looking at what does it mean, because you said, and I'm going to quote you, you said, I want to know what does a little more mean, when you said a little more. And that became a question for me. Also in 1B, can we put in there, Madam Chair?
We're talking about the condition 1B that is proposed.
Yes, sorry. And on talking about that, I want to see if there's a monitoring mechanism that we can have in there, or in the language that we need to be able to look at. Let me go to that, because I don't see that there is any monitoring unless it's someplace else.
I actually only see the records. I'm not sure oh yes, there is, and that same thing. Well, it's taking NOx readings twice per shift and NH3 emission limits. Wait. I don't see, oh yeah, no, wait.
Yes, they have ammonia SAMs, and the 15 ppm is based on the upper limit of the measurement range for that SAMs.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but can they not tell, they can't tell when they go over 15 ppm, right? Isn't that the limit on the SEMS?
It won't tell, it probably just show 15 or 16.
Okay, so they could go well over, but you would not know. Is that right?
Right, so we don't want to set a limit higher than that which they won't be able to monitor.
I'm sorry, can you clarify, is 15 the limit that it can measure?
The ammonia SEMS, yes, 15.
So they could. do
10
20
is a better number solely so that we know we're not exceeding 10, because if 15 is the limit, we'll never know if we're exceeding 15.
Right, right.
That's right.
Okay, well, that makes sense. But is there not, I think Ms. Verdugo Peralta seems correct, and I'll ask the parties, because we read this kind of last minute, right? So I'm not sure that is there not a requirement to take portable readings for ammonia? Because in that 1B, it says NOx readings, but not ammonia.
Correct. Correct, and I have a problem with that.
Is there is it intended that there will, because I do see that there's, no, the only thing that I see being monitored or maintaining records of in 1E, is the ammonia injection rate. But is there a requirement to take portable ammonia readings?
If you could clarify,
AQMD,
we have, it says in condition 3, we have the SEMS for both NOx and ammonia, but then we also have the portable analyzer that's taking the NOx readings in 1B. Can you clarify why we have both those requirements for NOx, but not for ammonia?
we don't expect ammonia exceed the limit, which is 15.
But
So
how
they
do
don't
we
need
know that?
portable.
So
How do
if we make the limit 10, we can rely on the SEMS. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
And the parties have already agreed to 10. So let's work with 10, not with 15.
Okay.
But what about the monitoring?
Let's see. Yeah, condition condition number 2. The petition shall maintain the existing SEMS, which includes NOx and ammonia SEMS.
Okay. Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, but you saw that first question. You
Yes.
wanted to understand what is it a ratio of if ammonia slip is 5 or ammonia emission?
0 will be 0, and the 15 I calculate at 0.1 pounds per hour. So there will be a linear.
I think the question is a ratio between increased ammonia slip and decreased NOx.
Okay.
So is it like linear, or how do you calculate that ratio?
Well, based on the calculation provided by the facility, we have 11 pounds per day at 25 ppm. We can just extrapolate that number to, I don't know, well, that's at 25 ppm.
It's at 25 ppm NOx.
Right, so it NOx.
Well, my question then becomes, the district is the one who wrote the rule, and the district is the one who put the limit in there. So there has to be a calculation at the district that was initially used to be able to calculate that. There has to be that within the districts. I don't know whether it's within the rule verbiage, but it's got to be there someplace for us to be able to know what the calculation between ammonia slippage at whatever level it is to what the NOx limit is. So you're saying to rely on the calculation that that company is presenting. It really should be, if the AQMD is the standard that established the rule, then that should be the calculation that should be used.
We should be able to reduce all the NOx with ammonia if the SCR is functioning properly. The reason to have a slip is we want to have the complete reaction. You know, there will be slip. But now we're not sure because the SCR is not able to function well. The catalyst is not operating properly. So we are not sure what, it's very hard to say the ratio.
I'm not sure that we're getting anywhere on this because if there is, you knew what the ratio is between the NOx and let's say the ammonia at 15 ppm, then you would know what it is at 10 and you would know what it is at 5 based on the similar calculation, only you're plugging in different variables.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, if I may, I think as Ms. Yang has stated, that because the SCR is not operating properly, that the calculations that the district would ordinarily do would not apply because they're assuming an SCR working at its optimum, you know, as it's been tested. So since we don't have that, we can't actually accurately measure that. So that's why why the condition is written the way it is, where it should be reduced to the maximum extent feasible with a upper limit to the ammonia, but it's not just a linear, like pop in numbers and make the calculation, because that's assuming conditions that aren't applicable at this time. Is that correct, Ms. Yang?
You're right, yes. So we want to see how much NOx we can reduce by increase the ammonia ppm.
And the slippage is just a result. Really what they're looking at is how much more ammonia to inject, and then slippage is just occurring because it's not functioning properly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
So it's just a matter of they're going to try. What I heard, at least from Mr. Chang, was that they were going to do trial and error to figure out how much to inject, try to get the NOx down, but they can't go above a slippage of 10 ppm. But they don't know what that's going to be until they trial and error. Is that correct?
The 24th.
Through the 24th. Is that what we said? Yes. Is that correct? They don't know yet, and it's got to be trial and error.
Right.
Does that answer? I think we don't know.
So how are we assured that it won't go over that? How can we be assured?
They're measuring with the SEMS, correct?
And if I could interject, there was testimony that they're not inadvertently exceeding the ammonia slip limit. That's something that's still within their control. So when they said they could target a certain slip limit, I believe that means that it's within their control. It's really the NOx that's out of their control. And the reason we asked for a little bit of flexibility was to try to, you know, do the trial and error that would allow us a little more slip beyond the 5 ppm. But they can, it's not like they have no control over the ammonia slip. Thank you for indulging me.
So on 1B, are we changing that first sentence from 15 ppm to 10 ppm? Is that what we're doing?
There has been agreement on that, yes.
Okay.
If I might just clarify that the ammonia slip is the unreacted ammonia from the HCR. So if they inject more ammonia, they will be more slip. So yes, they will have to control the ammonia injection rate in order to control. They are able to control that to control the ammonia slip.
Okay.
And because the SEMS can register up to 15 ppm, we will know based on the SEMS records, which is continuous, whether or not they've gone above 10. Is that correct, Ms. Yang?
Yes.
Well, I'm more comfortable with that. At least we'd know that.
That was a good suggestion, Mr. Balakapone.
No, it was just a more comment. I'll to answer Ms. Peralta's, but I'll wait till later.
Okay. Okay, with that, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, did you have any other questions that you
No.
still have unresolved? Anyone else have any other questions unresolved on the 6 findings or what the conditions should look like? Should we vote in favor of a variance? Okay. All right, well, thank you all for that great testimony, both Ms. Yang and for the petitioner. Let's move then on to closing statements, since it's an unnoticed hearing. Ms. Gross, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board, for your time in considering this testimony and for finding good cause earlier. I think as you've heard the testimony, from the good cause section especially, there's clearly a violation of the NOx limits and associated permit condition, and the potential violation from ammonia slip, which will allow them to try to adjust operational parameters to minimize both types of emissions, but that gives them a little bit of extra flexibility going to the 10 ppm. But nonetheless, there's currently a violation of the NOx. And as you've heard, it is beyond their reasonable control. They had opportunities to inspect the damper in January and June of 2020 as part of their ongoing maintenance, and there was no issue there. The catalyst was installed in June 2020, and with an expected lifespan of 3 to 5 years, they should have expected that to last. And there was no indication at the time that something had occurred that would have damaged the catalyst. That came out in their subsequent root cause analysis, which is ongoing. And that's the working theory at this time. But they could not have avoided that at that point. And as you've heard, they've been troubleshooting on multiple fronts, both with the damper and related equipment there, as well as the calibrating the analyzers to make sure it wasn't a false reading and that the catalyst did appear to be bad. And then at the same time, they were very diligent in contacting vendors and placing a purchase order right away. And despite efforts to, adjust the ammonia, they realized that there was minimal benefit from having the excess ammonia slip, and so they stopped that. And they have also scheduled the turnaround months in advance. And so again, it will be to their advantage to be able to shut everything down and have expertise on site, particularly if there's something hidden at this current point that becomes more apparent when they shut the unit down and take the catalyst out. And so all of this has been beyond their control. And as you've heard, the potential economic impact could be minimum $3 million from an unexpected shutdown now before October 24th. And if they discover something else in there, it could be more than that. So that's severe economic harm for something that was truly beyond their control. You've also heard that they have been diligent and proactive in curtailing to the extent that they can to minimize the emissions. So with the heater firing rate curtailed from the beginning, and they will continue to abide by the heater firing rate if the variance is granted. Likewise, they have been training their staff or their employees to learn how to use the portable analyzer to take measurements of the NOx, because the NOx currently exceeds what the SEMS can measure. The ammonia does not exceed what the SEMS can measure. So They will continue with the portable analyzer, and they would have been diligent about training their folks to do that. They will continue to monitor excess emissions and minimize it to the extent that they can during the variance, and they've done so thus far. And so I believe that they will be able to achieve compliance once they shut down on October 24th for the planned turnaround, particularly since they have the catalyst already in hand, having purchased it on an expedited basis. And so I would respectfully request that you grant the emergency variance subject to the conditions as we've modified, and allow them to continue operating at that time, till that time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert, you're closing.
Thank you. Subject to compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to begin the discussion of the 6 findings for a variance? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, I think it was very useful to get Ms. Yang's testimony, because she did a risk assessment and what the number she indicated. She based the calculation based on the condition of the variance, 15.2 million BTU firing rate, and her calculation showed that the emissions of ammonia is 0.1 pound per hour, and what is allowed is 0.7 pounds per hour for a worst case, which is a screening analysis, which assumes a 25-meter receptor very close and hardly any stack height, about 14 feet high. So we know in reality, this is a 70-foot stack, and the receptor probably could be 25 meters, and that is based on a 15 ppm basis that she did the calculation. So by parties agreeing to reduce to 10 ppm, which is also makes sense because of the upper range of the NOx SEMS, and it won't register anything above 15. That will ensure.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did we lose Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I think we did. I'm so sorry to interrupt in the middle, but
No.
let's see if we can. She must have lost her. Let's see if she's back. Somebody I think just added. Hold on. Nope.
I'll watch for her, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're just gonna wait. I'm sorry, I cut you in the middle.
No, and I was doing partly to answer her concern, so I think we should wait too.
Yeah, we need to, well, we also need to wait, so she's part of the deliberations.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and they say, this is a great substitute. I think that's not quite true.
Well, you could relate last week, remember?
It was my turn.
Right.
My turn. I think I'm not turning off my computer enough. It gets too hot and then it does weird things. So now I'm turning it off all the time. I don't know if Rosalinda or Faye, if you're available, maybe. Have you heard from Cynthia? Would you be able to just try to call her? Because I don't know if she's trying to get on or what might have happened.
Okay, I just talked to Cynthia, Julie. This is Faye.
Yes.
She's having a hard time connecting. It's telling her she can't, she's lost connection and it's not letting her reconnect. So she's gonna try to just call in.
That would be fine.
Okay.
If you listen and partake.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, we just enabled you to speak. This is Paul. You can unmute yourself at any time.
Ah, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're good.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you
my
hear
internet just went down.
Okay,
Let
we
me see
were,
if I can get it back on.
well, if you can hear us, that would be fine. Can you
Yes,
hear-
I can hear you.
Okay. Mr.
Yes.
Balagopalan was, I don't know if you heard any of so far his, he was going over the findings that he was going to
I
be able
can hear any of it.
Sorry?
Okay.
I'm back online.
Oh, she's back online. Ah,
She's back. Okay.
Sorry about that.
even better. It's not your fault. Okay.
Well, I
What
didn't
I
hear
was saying,
anything.
if I may continue,
You
what I
could-
was saying is that it was useful to get Ms. Yang's testimony because she did a risk calculation and it addresses the issue if there's any risk due to ammonia, did we lose it? No, ammonia slip from with 15 ppm. So she based a calculation based on the variance condition of 15.2 limited firing at 15.2 million BTU. And her calculation showed the emissions of ammonia is 0.1 per hour. What is allowed in the screening, which is a worst case that assumes a 25-meter receptor distance and about a 14-foot stack, is 0.7. So it's way below at the when she did a calculation based on 15 ppm. So we have lowered it. Both parties agreed to 10 ppm. So that should even lower the impact of any acute impacts from ammonia due to ammonia slip from that operation. The other point I wanted to make, which was actually what I had more concerned about, was the damper issue and the fact that the atmospheric stack damper, it goes straight into the atmosphere. It doesn't connect to the main stack and there's no emission or SEMS on it. And the only reason I bring that up is we had a situation before where they inadvertently, it was left open and about 20% of the emissions were going through and not been monitored for years. But Mr. Cheng's testimony is that they know exactly when it's open and shut. And I think Ms. Regina mentioned that it's either open or shut. So the inspectors can easily verify, when it was shut, when it's open, and if it's all recorded. Otherwise, sometimes emissions do tend to go out of the stack. If the damper not operating properly or did not get closed, or there's some fault, or whatever the reason is, you can see the SCR damper failed when it should have been shut. When it should have been open, it was shut due to mechanical failure. So that was the main concern, but I think this is something that can be verified by compliance staff, which they should. I hope they would go and verify that just to make sure that everything that is going out of the atmospheric stack is all accounted for in emissions and so forth. So those were my 2 points I wanted to bring. I think we can again, like earlier on, we can make the 6th finding there. We have the rules. They will be exceeding the limit permit condition of 5 ppm NOx and for ammonia, which is a permit condition. So they will be in violation of that rule. And then I think what happened was not something that they, it was inadvertently what happened. So it was beyond the reasonable control. And when they knew about it, they took appropriate steps to correct it. And when they thought they solved one, another problem showed up. And they also, as they were diligent in filing for calling in the breakdown in both cases. So and I think the corresponding benefit in shutting down and the economic impact is quite significant. Plus, if we have them shut down now just for 4 days, and they may not solve the problem, and then there's emission from the shutdown and startup, and also we heard testimony about the equipment being subject to shutdown might not be the best thing for it. So I think having this, since they have a scheduled shutdown on the 24th, which is not too far off, and they will be monitoring the emissions, I think we can. I think all the 6 findings can be made, and the excess emissions, Mr. Cheng did go through and show how those are calculated, so that can be also be verified by engineering staff. So for all those reasons, I think we can make the 6 findings. I hope I covered all 6, but I'm okay with us granting the emergency variance.
Great job. Anyone else have thoughts they wish to add? I'll just to make sure we hit everything. I think you hit almost everything except that they are lowering the firing rate, which is reducing those excess emissions to the greatest extent feasible. They can't curtail totally. That would just mean we don't grant the variance, which would mean they would shut down and do it. And I think we're all doing that weighing and balancing that $3 million minimum versus the excess emissions of NOx and a little bit of ammonia with slip is outweighed. And especially when we look at the fact that we're also going to have a hit in VOCs, that's not insignificant should they have to shut down and start up again. And that I think you mentioned the monitoring. There's conditions that are proposed that will have portable monitoring, and they're doing that training, and also the SEMS will be constantly working as well. Any other thoughts? Because I think
the previous question.
Yes, Senator.
I'll move the previous question.
I'm sorry?
I'll move the previous question.
You moved the previous question?
Let's go on with it.
Okay, sorry. I didn't get it. Okay, so we're ready. Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, do you wish to make a motion?
Sure. And we need your help.
That's fine.
In the matter of AltAir Paramount LLC case number 2914-127, I move that we grant the emergency variance as per the conditions laid out in the handout exhibit number 5, with the change to 1B, where the ammonia slip is changed.
Clear, it's exhibit A as an apple.
Exhibit 5, I thought, no? Oh, it's A because it's from the district. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. From 15 ppm to 10 ppm ammonia, and I think we made the findings. So do I need to go through all the 6 findings that?
You do not need to go through all the findings, but if I will second the motion, and if you want me to just add in all the specifics and you tell me if it makes sense in your motion, that it would begin today and it will go through October 24th, 2020. And you accept that term? Yes. Okay. It will be, and you had read into the address in your previous motion, but just to say it again, it's for the facility of 14700-08 Downey Avenue in Paramount. It is for the heater what is it? H501, H502, and the SCR that connects to it, to them.
It just heaters, I guess, 501 and 502.
Okay. And the SCR.
Yes.
The SCR that connects to it. And it will be from the specific rules 203B, 2004 F1, 3002 C1, and the permit conditions from the permits as are listed in number 9 on pages 6 to 7 of the petition. just making sure that 202B is not included because that was for a permit to construct. And excess emissions are expected to be 11 point, let's just say 11.76. It can be adjusted once there's actual monitoring. 11.76 pounds of NOx per day, and no, sorry.
It's 7.66. I'm sorry, the mitigated is 7.03.
Okay, 7.03
No.
excess emissions of NOx, and any ammonia is to be determined.
Yes.
Okay. And you accept all of that?
Yes.
Okay, and I
Thank
seconded
you
it.
for.
No, it was a good job. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
I just wanted to say that I'm appreciative of both our staff and theirs clarifying the questions that we had regarding the ammonia slippage, and the fact that we're changing it to the 10 ppm makes me a lot more comfortable. And I am able to support the 6 findings based on all of that and go along with what we're doing. The big picture here is that it's, like I said before, very good new technology that they will probably be one of the models in the United States that other companies are going to follow. So for all those reasons, I'm in favor.
I'll start with you for the vote. Then how do you vote, Ms. Verdugo?
I vote aye.
How do you vote, Senator?
Aye.
I wasn't sure if you were muted. How do you vote, Dr. Bernstein?
Aye.
I vote yes. Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, and I know I echo Ms. Verdugo-Peralta and thanking the parties. I think this was an excellent hearing, and I appreciate board member questions and input so that I think everything was clarified very well in this hearing. So thank you all for the job done today, so that it's very clear for the public what was granted today and what will be occurring next. Any other thoughts or any other business before we adjourn for the day? Okay, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Pretty good.
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the
We'll
board.
see everybody tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Go to the video.